Yes, I'm live. Yay. Yay. Happy Tuesday. It is 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Daylight Time. I don't freaking care. Everybody keeps saying it's not EST, it's EDT. I don't care. That's what I think. Like 11 a.m. It doesn't matter what we call it. I know it's all very confusing with the time changes and everything. I think the UK changes this weekend, next weekend. Can't remember. We've been like this for a couple weeks, so I think we've all got a handle on the time change at the moment. If you are there, don't forget to click the like button, click subscribe, and leave a comment. Jump into the chat so we can see what everybody's working on today. My little bot will probably start yelling at all of us soon enough. And yeah, so we got lots going on. Ashley, hello. How are you? How are you? There we are. Is it morning for you? I don't know. I don't think I know where you live. I live in Southern Ontario. The sun is shining. It's a beautiful winter day out there. We got a lot more snow last night. I actually had to drive home in the start of the snowstorm, so I'm glad I got home. I was only about 20 minutes away at a St. Patrick's Day thing. My son was piping with his band, and so I had to get him out there, and it was fine when we got there, but then when we left, it was snowing, and it snowed a lot. I woke up this morning, the plows had already been out. Everybody's complaining. You know the people who always, like, they won't just look out their window. They're like, they have to come on Facebook and say, how are the roads? Like, just look it up. like, just, you know what I mean? And people say, how are the roads from this place to this place? And I always want to ask, if we tell you the roads are bad, is that going to affect any decisions you make today? And most people know. I just want to know how it is. It's like, well, what did you do 20 years ago before we had the whole internet to ask? I don't know. I just get on with it. I don't care how the roads are. I have 4x4. I just get on with it. But we have a ton of snow. It would have probably been a snow day if school was on. It's March break right now, so my son is home. I can hear him in the other room. You may hear him. He sometimes pops in and forgets that I'm on camera. So if you see a young boy in his pajamas, then that's him. 11 a.m. for Ashley. Oh, so where do you live? Because you're in the same time zone as me. So I'm like, you must live in that part of the world. Nothing else for me really exists outside of EST. Like all those other places. There's Lola, our mod. Hello. And there's the Faithful. Hi, how are you today? I'm sorry I missed everybody's streams and sprints on the weekend. I had a very, very busy weekend that I'll talk about in just a moment. And so I wasn't here. I wasn't home for so many sprints. And again, I was away yesterday. I caught the tail end of Paula's sprint. I was so close to doing really, really well in the trivia, and the game crashed. Yeah. So you're enjoying your day off. You got an inch of snow overnight. That wouldn't even be worth mentioning in Canada, but I love that you're like, yeah, we got an inch of snow. Got about a foot of snow out there today. I don't know. Something like that. It's like, yeah, it was, I'll tell you what's really annoying and pissing me off about it. Yesterday, there was no snow on the ground, and now we're back to this. It is very pretty. I'll take some pictures, but it's making me crazy. And the roads are ice right now. So a lot of people are like, you know what? Let's just stay home. Hello. And Ash is saying hi to Faithful. Spicy chat today. Yeah, because I'm already triggered because the snow. Like, it's annoyed me. I think what it is, I just get so irritated at people who, like, they can't just drive carefully. They have to start asking strangers to tell them what the weather's like. It's like, look outside. There's driving apps, there's weather apps, there's road traffic apps, there's accident apps, there's everything. So yeah. Ashley loves the spicy pearl. I get on a rant every once in a while because I'm just like, like, it's just stop flooding my feed with nonsense. That's where I kind of get I think I just want to see real stuff. Show me the snowman you built. I'd be pretty excited to see that. Northeast Ohio. Okay, I've been to Cleveland. I went to Cleveland for a wedding many, many years ago, like 30 years ago. That's the last time I was in Ohio. Good morning. We have no power since about 11 last night. Yeah, we got the storm too. I hope you're okay though. Do you have a fireplace or anything that you can use to stay warm? But yeah, I think the storm just went woo right across. It went across me and made it to you. So yeah, so it's 3 p.m. for you. Yes, we're in that 4-hour time difference that messes us all up every year when nobody knows what time it is. Hello, Red Pill Art. How are you? We haven't spoken in a few days. I've been so busy. I just haven't been around to chitty chat with everybody. Red Pill Art is a beautiful artist she's beautiful inside and out, and then makes beautiful art. How about that? And she lives in Montreal. And yes, we are all being, well, we should be bilingual in Canada. Not everybody is. Do you know what I was thinking about today? Somebody asked me how many languages I speak, and I said, well, English, obviously. I know enough French to get in trouble. And I said, and I also speak Scottish, and they laughed. And I was like, what's so funny? And they're like, Scottish isn't a language. And I was like, really? So yeah, it's like, huh, interesting. Then, but yet you don't understand what Scottish people are saying. Okay. Geeky Witch, hello. What are you doing today? Are you working today or are you home? Cold, massive winds. Yeah. Did you get the big storm? Are you snowed in a little bit? Better you're out and enjoying yourself, right? Somebody actually that I know from another channel. I have multiple channels. Somebody I know from another channel actually sent me a message saying, I haven't seen you for a little while. Are you okay? And I was like, yeah, I'm just busy with adventures and life and everything. And they were like, that's how it should be. Yeah, this should be secondary to our real life. Yeah. Oh, it's nothing for us either. Yeah. Like, so you're, yeah, like you're close to the Great White North. Like an inch of snow is like, what? I'm not even putting boots on for an inch of snow. And the faithful saying hello to Ashley, Lola, and Anne. And Geeky Witch is saying, sorry that you're, yeah. So I'll tell you why this is so traumatic, is last week it was spring. It was spring-like weather, 10 degrees. We were out for walks. My dog was so happy to get out for walks. He was out at the start of the week. He was wearing a little coat. By the end of the week, it was warm enough. He wasn't wearing a little coat. And, he was so happy. He was so happy, and it was so nice to get out after this long, dark winter. And we have had so much snow that just getting out for a walk is challenging. And so now we're back to this and cold. Yeah. So this is like, well, we had faux spring. So we had faux spring last week, and now we're on, I think, second winter. I think it's second winter. But an hour south of Cleveland. Nice. Got the storm. Geeky Witch is saying she got the storm, but as pounding rain and oh yeah, so you're a little further south. So and plus you have like the ocean, right? Like you've got that what we call here in Ontario, Southern Ontario, the lake effect, which can actually make things not as cold as they would be. So those gross piles of snow in the parking lots may be washed away. Yeah, so you're a little bit warmer simply because you're like closer to the ocean, basically. And I kind of noticed, like when I was in New York City, I noticed it was much warmer in February in New York City. And New York City is not that much further south than me, but it's surrounded by ocean, basically. So it keeps things a little bit more temperate. And both, you're working, but it's a remote day. Oh, nice. And Anne is saying it was the worst storm I've seen. They were talking about storms all day and didn't happen until 10. They canceled schools yesterday. Oh, yeah. We've had that too this winter where they're just like, we're closing the schools. The schools rarely ever close, but there've been a couple days where they're like, yeah, we're just closing the schools. So the fact that they're canceling school, that's a big deal. They'll cancel the buses. And so like my son, when he takes the school bus and when the bus is canceled, he doesn't go to school. But they still have a school day where the teachers are still posting, like, cause it's all online, like everything is in, it's in this program called EDSB. and the teachers pop all the assignments in there. They communicate in there. Everything is in there. So they still have a school day. They're just not physically at the school. But then you see all the people in town saying, where are the kids? Where are the high school students? Why aren't they shoveling my driveway? It's like, because they're in school. They're doing schoolwork. Yeah. Don't understand Scots. Yeah. It's a language all of its own. It's not Gaelic that I'm talking about. I'm talking about Scots, like old Scots. Like my granda spoke old Scots. So I understand it and I speak it. I very rarely do, because I'm not very often in Scotland with generally like older people would speak old Scots. But then there's still words that, like Scottish words that are not English. They're Scottish, right? It's very cold today. Yeah. I don't even know what the temperature is. Let's have a little looky look and see what the temperature is here today. It's cold. I'm just don't even bother tracking it anymore. It's just cold. -9 here currently right now, it says. But it's very, very windy, so it's going to be really bad. We did 270. Yeah. Right? Like it was cold at the weekend here, but last week it was quite warm. But 9 degrees is warm for us. That's when I was in Calgary in January, it was 9 degrees. We were walking around with no coats. Canadians tend to try to ditch the coats as fast as possible. So Ashley's saying she had horrible winds on Friday, gusts up to 80. Oh my gosh. Did lose power for a few hours, but luckily that was short-lived. Yeah. Do you have like overhead wires? Is that why you lose power? Because the part of town that I live in, our hydro is underground. So we don't have overhead wires, but downtown has overhead wires. So when there's an ice storm, they tend to lose power because the wires just freeze and fall down. It's kind of crazy. So you've got -15. So Lola lives in Western Ontario, down near Detroit area. And -15. It's probably -15 here in my weather apps, just not. You've got, is the substation. Yeah. We've had that too. I remember when we had an ice storm in 2013, I heard the power box thingy explode. The whole town heard it. Everyone was like, what was that? And then no one had any power. And yeah, that was kind of crazy. It's 35 with a real feel of 30. I don't know what that means. 35. Is that like 0? Is that American prices or American temperatures? American prices. Just about free. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Geeky Witch. As I'm like, I got to do some international math here. Yeah, that's where I was getting there. I was like 32. I think that's 0. So here, that's kind of warm. 0 degrees. We're like, whew, get the coats off and get the boots off and everything else. So thank you. Thank you. I know it took a minute. I'm blonde. Okay. It took a minute for my brain to do some translations there for us. Where are you? It feels like where you are. It feels like -18. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So it's really -9, but it feels like -18. So good times. I have to go out later. My son has band practice. And so my husband and I will drop him off and then we'll go do our shopping. I'm going to go to Costco to get snacky snacks and meats and cheese and all that stuff. And then I need to go to Sephora because I need a blush and I want my birthday stuff. Because, Sephora does your birthday thing if you're a VIP member. The librarian, hello, how are you? Now we're all like, what time is it? Is it 5 o'clock for you right now? 5-ish, 5:15. The librarian of Alexandria lives all the way over in Europe. So we're just trying to what time? We're still doing that. What time is it for everybody thing? 32 in Ohio and we're wearing shorts. Yeah, exactly. It hits 0. Guys are out in their shorts. Coats are off. Sunglasses, maybe a cute scarf. Open the windows. This is like what it's like in the Great White North. We are built different. We are definitely built different up north. Although I have to say that when I went to Calgary, it was so warm and then I got spoiled because I came back. It was like +10 that when I left Calgary and it was -25 when I arrived in Toronto. So yeah, not fun. windy here, so I'm inside, so I don't mind. Yeah, it's really windy a lot of places, I think. I liked it last Tuesday. Yeah, we were out for a walk. It was beautiful. It was just so nice. And I was actually sweating a little bit with my winter coat on. This afternoon, a friend is coming over. Oh, nice. What are you gonna do? Are you having dinner together? It's 4 p.m. Okay, so you have a 5-hour time difference. Okay, so you're an hour ahead of the UK, I think. All right. I should make a little map or something of like where everyone is and what time it is. 4:15. Yeah, we'll just call it 4 o'clock. It's all good. Oh my, I'm a little jealous. Geeky Witch is saying it's 5 degrees, 42 for her, 5 for me. Thank you for translating into Canadian for me. And she has her windows open. I would too. I had my windows open last week. It was so nice. Oh, Nightbot has woken up. And I did edit Bot last week, so hopefully it works better. Oh, you're going to chat and play board games? Nice. I do like board games. I really like Catan. That's a fun game. I'd like to take a shower, but the bathroom has no window. Take some candles. Take some candles and romanticize your life, and take some candles. You know what I saw? And I kind of want to get one. Is a lamp that has a waterproof bulb. So something I'm actually going to be thrifting for is little lamps or candlesticks and the little lampshade thingies, just small ones. And then you can buy bulbs on Amazon that are remote control rechargeable bulbs. So I saw one that's waterproof that you could use in your shower. So you could have a little lamp in your shower. You could like totally do a whole aesthetic in your shower. But yeah, take a couple candles with you. I think that would actually be like kind of a nice way to spend some time. It's just in the dark with some candlelight and a nice cozy warm shower. That would be great. I'm going to oh dear. And just while we're here, don't forget to change to live chat if you are on Top Chat or All Chat or Top Chat, or I think it's Top Chat. So All Chat or Live Chat, whichever one is, if you're on a phone or if you're on your laptop. Red Pill Art in Montreal is saying minus 10 degrees, very cold winds. Yeah, many power outages. Yeah. It's power's out downtown in my town too, I heard. Catan is good. Ticket to Ride. We have Ticket to Ride as well. That's a good one too. We used to play that quite a bit when my son was little. Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad it's working. Wonderful. Painting portraits. Aristocrat portrait. Oh, wow. Fun. That's fun. All right. So I'm going to show a couple things. There we go. Thank you, my love. Thank you. Yeah, I'm like, why is everybody talking and I can't follow this conversation because I'm not on All Chat or Live Chat. Missing half the conversation. So I do have a little list of things to do today. And I think it was the Faithful. You saw this and then you did the same thing, right? And I was like, yeah, I stole this idea from someone else. So please knock yourself out. So this is the sort of things I'm going to be working on today. I pulled out all of my recipes that I've printed off, and I want to get them into a binder, but organized so that when I haven't cooked a thing in like a month and a half because my recipes are all just in a stack. I need to get them organized so that I can use them and find things and remember, because I was going through these recipes. They're all laid out on the floor next to me. I was going through them and I was like, I totally forgot about this. So I'm going to go through that, put them by category, get them organized, and then get them into a binder. And I think that will make my life a lot easier. I've got to get all my journals up to date. I've been knitting quite a bit, so I need to update my knitting journal, my reading journal as well, all that stuff. I filmed a book review of Next of Kin, so I'm going to be working on that. It's in my channel, but it's unlisted right now, so I just need to get all the little bits and pieces done for it, and then I'll probably post it tomorrow. And then I also need to film another review this week as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I got to go do some dishes. There's everything. My DMs, when you see something on Facebook and you just send it to yourself, I've got to go through that and pull everything up. So I've got a whole bunch of little things to do, and that's what I'll be working on. So I'll show you. Oh, actually, first things first, I'm going to show you. Look at those. How cute is that? One of the women in the Legion, so I was at the Legion last week, and she gave these to me. She made them for me. How cute are they? I don't know that I've ever had little knit slippers. Even though I knit, I'm not a slipper person in my house. I tend to wear socks, but we have an RV. And when you get in your RV, you immediately have to take your shoes off, or else you spend all your time sweeping and washing the floors. So I always have like something at the door to slip into. So I'm going to put these at my door in my RV for the summer. So I've got cute little slippers to wear in the RV. And I just thought that was like the sweetest thing. And she knows I knit. And I've made her things in the past too. I made her a little Sophie scarf. And because she wanted a purple one, but she didn't know how to make it. So I'm like, I'll have it done. I'll have it done by morning. And so, yeah, though I thought that was really, really, really kind of her. So sweet. Be sure you're all set. Thank you. Yeah. Wondering why I was missing messages. I do that too. I'm like, who are you talking to? Oh, wait a minute. I'm not on live chat. So Anne is saying, did I tell you to read A Guardian and a Thief? No, you did not, but I'm writing that down right now. Guardian and we'll pull it up after the sprint. I'll pull it up and then we'll chat about it. Thank you. There we go. Right? It's like, because I could find it really easy to sit here doing nothing because I don't have a plan for my time. So that's why I make a point of planning my time. I need to do that. This is Geeky Witch. Need to do that stuffed in a binder. So the recipe thing. And so my goal is to actually cook more, because I haven't for the last month and a half really cooked anything or baked anything. Sorry, everybody. I'm not having the best cozy life channel when I'm not home and I'm not cooking anything. But yeah, I thought I'm going to take the time to get it done. Have you read Judge Stone? No, but it's on my list. It's in my TBR, and I may have downloaded it. I can't remember, but it sounded really good. I think you told me to read it. Now you do it. I think you told me to read it, and you haven't read it. So, yeah, you know what we could do is a little buddy read along kind of thing. If you want to plan for that, we can. I'll get a copy. I'll make sure I have a copy. I think I do have it, but I'll make sure, and then we can maybe read it together. Do a buddy read. The slippers, right? Aren't they sweet? They're so cute, and she made the pom poms too. So, fun fact: I can't make pom poms. I need a tool. I'd need like the special little tool for them. Yes. Do you live in Egypt? Do you know, I just always assumed you lived in the UK or like England. Do you live in Egypt? That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I've seen that happen sometimes where the chat just doesn't chat. And you just have to refresh. There's nothing you can do. You have to refresh. Faithful saying, I make a stream list, but don't always stick to how. Yeah. I don't always keep it on the screen, but it's just having it there means like, I'll be like, oh yeah. What was I supposed to do today? Oh yeah. So remember I was working on the Harley Davidson pot holder. And so this is just a test one. It's not the greatest. I did hand it to the biker that I know. He was so happy. He told me that he won't use them, that they're keepsakes. I'm like, no, please use them. Like, I can make lots more. It's all good. I'm actually gonna make more for the bike nights, because the bike nights always raise money for charity, and they have a draw. So people donate items and then they do a draw. They sell tickets and do a draw each week. And then that money gets saved up for the charity. Plus there's a 50-50 draw. They do all kinds of things. Anyway, so this is the latest one in this pattern testing experience. What I want to do is at the top and the bottom, add in 2 more of those knit rows to make it taller, because I don't like that all of these pot holders, they're coming out like a rectangle. I want them to be more like a square. So that's where we're at. So I'm going to make another one on smaller needles, actually. So I've started on one size. When this is the smaller needles, I'm going to go down one more size and make another one, and then make it more of a square. So that's what's going on there with those. Good times. And so I was also working on the poppy. Let me see if you can see it. The poppy pot holder. There, that's a little easier to see. That's the front. Here's the back. So the back is purl stitches, but you can actually see where the pattern is on it. So this one I made one. I hated it because again, rectangle. So I actually ripped it apart and then redid it and added in 2 rows at the top and at the bottom. And I'm much happier with this. It's a little closer to a square. It's not exactly entirely a square. I'll show you. This is how I find out if something's square or not. So you can see it's not quite a square. So I could even add a couple more rows. We'll see. The pattern, I will put everything into my March vlog. So all of this stuff will also be in my March vlog. And I'll link to the patterns. Everything will be there. So stay tuned for that. And the little project on my needles right now is this. And it's a little strawberry. Oops. There we go. Pull up some yarn. It's a little strawberry. It's going to be a little strawberry purse. So you can see there's a little hole. So you leave lots of yarn at the end to stitch up the hole at the end. But this is it. And I'll pull up the picture of it. So that's what it should look like at the end. We'll see how I do. I'm going to, when I'm out tonight, I'm going to see if I can find lighter green, because I have Kelly green and this dark green. So anyway, I thought that was adorable. And this is just yesterday's work. I had a lot of sitting around waiting for my son. So I got lots done. And then when it's finished, I'm actually going to do little seed beads, gold seed beads for the seeds. And that'll be a little purse for a little girl that I know. She's about 10 or 11, I think, and is taller than me now. So that didn't take long. The last time I really saw her and was like next to her was last summer, and she like came up to about here, and now she's like up here. I don't know how these children grow so fast. I don't know. Stream list. Okay, there we are. Not anymore. I lived there for 6 years, but back in the UK. I've never been to Egypt. It's on my list. But I do know people who are like Egyptologists, and they do tours to Egypt and they do presentations on Egypt. The most interesting thing I discovered is that you can see the pyramids and you can walk to the pyramids from the McDonald's. I was just like, wow, because you think it's like this country where, it's captured in a moment of time. No, they have McDonald's. When I was in Morocco, they had McDonald's as well. And that was like almost 23 years ago. I was in Morocco, and their Big Mac is called a Mix Sahara. So I was like, that's very cute. One of our cats would go crazy for the pom-poms. Yeah. My dog might think they're toys, but he's usually pretty good. Aren't they? Thank you. They're really cute patterns. And the little strawberry. So cute. So cute. I don't think I would want to go right now. Don't think I'd want to go right now. Go where? To Egypt? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, they make it look massive, but it's not. Yes. Oh yeah, this is like I've seen photos from the road and McDonald's is there and then you can see the pyramids and you know every and I was just like I think I think we've been deceived. We've deceived ourselves. Because you think it's just all desert. It's not. It's a city. So with this sort of cool thing on the outskirts. So yeah, it was kind of neat. Kind of neat. All right. Shall we sprint? Do we want to sprint for an hour or an hour and a half? Let me know in the comments or in the chat. Let me know if you want an hour or 90 minutes. And we will get set up. And I'm going to dive in to, yeah, Faith was saying just across the road from the shops and onto the sand. Yeah. It's like it when I saw the pictures, it kind of reminded me of like some places in the South, like the Southern United States. Places like Myrtle Beach and things like that, where it's like all shops, and like you literally cross the street and you're on the beach. It was that kind of feeling when I saw the pictures, and I was like, wow, isn't that interesting? So Faithful saying 90, Geeky Witch is saying 90. All right. So we're going to go till 1 p.m. my time. How am I going to do this? Because I don't have a timer, but I am going to buy the game. I'm going to buy the game. You know what? I'll just do a comment for this one. And so let me know what you're going to work on. So I'm going to put, there we go, sprint till 1. Oh, I did that wrong, didn't I? I did it wrong. Sorry. Delete comment. Almost put myself in a timeout. 1 p.m. EST. So Ashley, we're going to sprint for 90 minutes. Yeah, a couple people chimed in and said 90, so till 1 p.m. And then once we get past 12, I'll pop the banner up to say when to stop. And yes, I will get on top of a timer and everything else. I want to get like the lo-fi, the game that everybody has, but I'm waiting for it to go on sale. So as soon as it's on sale, I'm going to grab it, and then we'll have a timer, and then we'll still be able to play the game. Yay! All right, everybody. If you want music, let me know. And so just if you want music, just say music. And if nobody says music, then we'll do silent sprint, and I'll listen to the music in my head. All right, everybody. Have a good sprint. Let me know what you're working on, and we will see you in 90 minutes. But don't leave. Don't leave. All right, everyone. How did we do? I'm just watching the snow plows go by again. I'm like, so sick of snow. So sick of snow. But it's kind of neat. I saw a really, really cool snow plow the other morning. Friday morning, we had a big storm on Friday. So every few days, we get a big storm. And it was really cool. It had all this other side stuff, so it could lift up and go over. It was really cool. 5 o'clock in the morning, I was at my window watching it, which is kind of cool. Hello! Sneaking away from work to hit like. I will try to read a bit of Morbidly Yours by Ivy Fairbanks. Oh, that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. Hello, Ren. How are you? Oh, welcome, welcome. We'll mostly be studying today and hopefully sneaking in some reading too. We'll be listening to Assassin's Blade. Interesting. I think I've seen that one kicking around the booktube community. Is a few people reading it? Is that what's going on? I quickly remembered why you don't. Oh. We should not be in charge of making decisions. Yeah, I told you to go. I told you, and I totally forgot that maybe you wouldn't have hot water. Sorry, Anne. I'll take the blame for that one. Hello. Seems everyone is sprinting. Well, I looked at the list and there was a lot of names on it, but not a lot of like actual sprints going on. So I don't know. I'm always going to be Tuesday, and if I'm not, like, say if I'm like, I just can't be here to do it, then I'll definitely post and make sure people know that it's not happening today. But the plan is to be here all the time. Alicia is just joining, working on her reading journal, hoping to read more Storm the Castle, but also have to work on finishing Daughter's Room Declutter. We are on day 5 of this. Oh, I don't envy you. I have to do the same. And I'm not looking forward to it. I'm just not, it's like awful. It's like, oh God, like I just want to snap my fingers, wave my magic wand, and it's all done. And I don't have to actually do it. But I feel your pain. Geeky Witch is saying, yeah, sympathize with the declutter, early stages of prepping to move. Oh, yeah, we've been doing some of that because I don't know how long we're going to stay in Canada or stay in Ontario. So as much as I want to stay here, it's my home. We are purging, we are decluttering, slowly but surely, not with any great urgency, but certainly with a mind of like, if we have to pack up and leave, we don't want to be starting from scratch and making decisions. Like, I'd rather make decisions about decluttering now than to be like trying to move with that looming and like a deadline and everything hanging over me. So yeah, I feel it. Anne has received 2 books by Scott Anderson about the history of the Middle East. One is Lawrence in Arabia, and the other is King of Kings. My undergraduate degree is in history. Oh, very interesting. We're going to talk about the book, and the one that you talked about earlier, I pulled it up. So we're going to have, we'll check it out. The Book Dreamers Ali is saying, hi there, sorry I couldn't make it before. Of course, I'm here for hours and hours and hours. So jump in, hang out, relax, enjoy. Were you sprinting today? I didn't see you on the list, but then somebody else said they were sprinting, but they weren't on the list either. And I was like, Book Dreamers, I'm about to get my lunch and coffee before working on some stuff for the readathon and work. Is that the Viking readathon? I jumped into Paula's late last night when I got home late. And she was still going, and she had like a different look, and it said like Viking. And I saw the video, but I don't know. I haven't been able to jump into any of them to know what's going on. And Siren is here. Hello, reporting in late for duty. So Siren is my other mod. Lola and Silen are real life friends. So they come out when they can to just give me a hand. There's not a lot of moderating to do here, but just making sure everybody is greeted, making sure everybody feels welcome. And if there's any questions or anything, or if there's any issues, they both can message me like on Facebook or text. Things like your mic is off, That would probably be the biggest issue. Amberly, hello. How are you today? And yes, go give Lola a sub and Siren too. I think there's a Siren. I popped a line like this into the little body pot. So yours is coming up at some point. Lola's saying, I'm reading Drowning in Paper Flowers. Anyone here do this one? Oh, I just saw that on Goodreads. Because I was pulling up some stuff and I saw that you were reading that. And saying, no problem. I took yeah, that would have been a quick shower for sure. I totally forgot about that. Like, to me, I'm just like, the water's just, it's warm by magic. That wouldn't occur to me that it's warm by hydro. So sorry. And Ashley is saying, no reading done for me that sprint, just caught up on some computer things. Yes, any good use of time is well worth it. Ren is saying, yes, there's a bunch of SJM. What's SJM? My brain's not connecting the dots there. SJM read-alongs going on right now, so I'm assuming that's why. But Assassin's Blade is in the Throne of Glass series, not the ACOTAR one, which is getting more books. Is it? Oh, okay. It's this. What's her name? Sarah Maas. Is that her name? It's Court of Thorns and Roses. Is the one. Do you know that I have a? You know what? I'll pull up the link. I have a. Where are we here? Share. I'm going to pop the link in. So I have a music channel as well as, well, I have a whole bunch of channels. So I'm going to pop the link in to, this is a piece, it's 3 hours, I think. 3 hours of music that I made specifically for ACOTAR fans. So I just dropped that link there. That's on one of my other channels. And it's called Plot Twist Playlists. So there's a theme. I like to run with a theme. You know what I found interesting is that as I was naming all my channels, when I actually looked at all of them, most of them begin with a P, which is kind of interesting to me. I should look up the energy of the letter P. Alicia's saying, I promise I'm not moving, but I should have done this earlier. Yeah. Like, it's like, it has to be done. When you have kids, you constantly have to be doing it, like every year, because they outgrow all their clothes so fast. And so she still has a lot of 5T clothes and toddler toys. Yeah, I get it. I've been there. There was one day I just went on a rampage, scorched earth energy, and just got rid of all kinds of stuff of my son's from when he was a itty bitty that he, wasn't sentimental and we weren't going to use anymore. So we got rid of it. Just got on with it. And Ashley's saying hi to Anna. Oh, and Anna is Book Dreamer's Alley. Anne is saying, I found it very interesting. Ren Books. Yes, Anna's doing a Viking-a-thon, also as the creator. Yeah. So Book Dreamer's Alley. I saw her video for the whole Viking-a-thon. And that's as far as I've gotten in figuring it all out. But I did see that everybody has different names, which is like really cute. I love it. Geeky Witch is saying the clean out of the toddler stuff is the worst. We're through that. Now it's grade school toys and clothes that my son thinks are still comfy, but the pants are mid-calf on him. Yeah. I think my son will be 18 this year, and he's kind of, I think we're just at the top end of sizes. Like, I think he's maxed out on growing tall, and so anything that doesn't fit, we just get rid of. I will literally be doing the laundry, pull stuff out and say, this doesn't fit, this doesn't fit, this doesn't fit, let's get rid of it. And so I will have to do a huge cleanup of his room and all of his closet and everything. He's gonna be 18, like, it needs to be done. Get rid of all the stuff that he doesn't use anymore. I've popped into 5 other channels to say hi. Some are ending now. Float, thank you, because I was like, I don't know how to say this, the characters that are on the screen. So Float, thank you. And so there's some ending now. Interesting. And Lola's popping links in for us. Anne is saying, we made paper flowers in Sunday school many years ago with tissue paper. Oh, that's so sweet. I only went to Sunday school a couple times. My parents didn't go to church, so. Geeky Witch. Dropping links. Geeky Witch is saying there's a lot of March readathons going on. I wish I read faster. Yeah, right? Like I think I finished a book this month, and so I finished a book, then I read a whole book, and now I've started a book. The little mysteries, the quick little mysteries are like 300 pages. They don't take that long. They tend to read fast. And I just read The Night Sister that Lola recommended to me, and it was 300 pages, and it was a quick read. Plowed through it. When I arrived at the workshop with my son on Saturday that I had to take him to, I had 6.5 hours to kill. So I, had knitting and reading, and I read 100 pages of that book. I was at 200 pages when I got there, and it was done within a couple hours. So I was just plowed through it. It was a good story too. I'm going to do a video of it. I'll do a video review. I have one coming up for Next of Kin, which I've actually managed to film and edit, and now it just needs to be published. I figured that out. I got there eventually. I made it. I just don't, she's not an author I read, so I just didn't. I'm like, Sarah Jessica Parker. No, that's not right. And I was like going through a few names, and I'm like, who is this? There we go. Don't mind me. Because I read A Court of Thorns and Roses. Somebody recommended it to me, saying it was life-changing. She would never be the same. Her whole entire vision of herself and everything is completely turned upside down and changed, and blah, 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 blah. I was like, wow, really? So I read it, and that one was enough. Not a fan. Like, I'm not saying it was a bad story. It was just not my thing, right? And I just, I did not find it life-changing. And it did not change me one bit. But I did read it, so I can say that I've read it. So there's the link to my ACOTAR music. And Geeky Witch is saying, thanks for dropping the links. Yeah, got it. How do you teach teenagers to hang up their clothes? I don't know. I don't think that teenagers can be taught. That is where I'm at. I have a 17-year-old boy in my house. I don't think teenagers can be taught. I don't know. I wish I knew the answer. I wish I knew, because I've tried being nice. I've tried being scary mommy. I've tried grounding. I've tried just throwing everything out. There's nothing. I got nothing. I have not cracked the code on that one at all. There are 4 readathons that I know of in April. Oh my gosh. How do people read so much? I think it's audiobooks, right? Like, y'all read audiobooks, and that's why you read, how you can read so much so fast. Siren saying, Anne, a good question. I wish my mother-in-law had asked for my hubby. I hear the stories about Siren's husband. He sounds like a lot of fun. And there we go. Siren's link. Lola, I'm going to set you up with a Google Doc of links so that it makes it a little easier for you. Yeah, Geeky Witch is saying, if you find out, please let me know. Yeah, we all have teenagers in our homes, and we're all like, now I know why all the women have she sheds, just for a place to hide. There we go. Siren saying, thank you to Lola. Ren is saying, ACOTAR is best consumed in the late high school, early university. So not in my 50s. Yeah, no. I think I read it in 2024. And the woman who recommended it is not young. Like, she's in her 30s, and she, yeah, something clicked for her, and it inspired her. So good for her. I refuse it. Yeah. I don't go in my son's room. But what I'm going to have to do is, while he's at school, I'm going to have to get in there with a flamethrower or some kind of construction vehicle to clean it out. Read audio, it helps. Yeah. So remember, Lola, when I wanted to read the Christmas Murder, whatever it was, Christmas Murder Mystery, whatever. I can't remember what it was called, but I couldn't find it on audio here, and I was really struggling to get through it. But what I found was that the audio, one of my superpowers is blocking out other people's voices. Comes from having a lot of annoying bosses over my life that I can just focus so much on what I'm doing that I don't even hear them. And my husband will say the same thing too. Like, he can be talking and I don't even realize he's talking. So what happens is I can only listen for so long before I just start tuning it out. And then I realize I'm like, the last hour, I haven't heard a word of it. So that's where I struggle a little bit with the audiobooks. I don't judge people who, like, I wish I could listen to audiobooks and consume a lot more, but I just tune the voices out. They are like, it's great. I think if I like listened to it and read the book at the same time, then that might be a little better. But the fact that I can tune out voices so easily, that is the issue for me. Ren is saying, and my mom taught me by deciding she's not doing my laundry for me when I wanted to go out. So I ended up doing it myself. Yeah. My son will do his laundry, but he won't fold it. Like, he just takes it out of the dryer, puts it in the basket, takes it to his room, and that's it. And then I see him in the morning and he's like a mess. And I'm thinking, there's people who are still be judging me. You know, there's people who will still be saying, where's your mom? You know, so at least what I do is try to get it out of the dryer while it's hot so I can lay it all flat. And then he can just take it. He won't fold. He won't hang anything up. He won't put anything away. I don't know if I can even get in his room. So yeah, that's going to be a big project coming up. Alicia's saying, I usually immersive read where I have the physical book and listen to the audiobook. Yeah, I think I might be able to do that. But then again, see, what I want to do is be able to walk my dog and listen to a book. And I can't because I just tune it out. Ren is saying, also great prep for university because I literally do everything myself. Yeah, I don't know that my son would survive living on his own at university. So, and it's not that he can't do these things. He just won't. He just won't. Spoiled puppy. He's a spoiled puppy. Out as into the movies with friends and stuff like that since I was in high school. Oh yeah. Yeah, when I was young, I did my own laundry. Mostly because my mother is a covert narcissist. She's a dreadful human being. And I had no privacy. So if I did my own laundry, then at least I could keep my own underwear private and not have to explain anything to her about, you know, why do I have pink underwear? You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. So yeah. Anne is saying, Ren, I've told her if your laundry's not in the laundry room, it's not getting washed. Yeah. I say to my son, bring it down, take it to the laundry room and I will get it done. And he won't. And I'm just like, there's no point. There's no point in yelling about it. There's no point in discussing it. You know, he's 18, you know, he's going to university in the fall and eventually he will live somewhere else. And then might start, you know, taking care of his own stuff. I won't lie, in my generation, Gen Z, I fear very few people iron and fold their clothes anymore. They hope the sun will do the work. Yeah, I've heard that nobody iron. I iron everything. But I'm like one of those like sensitive people. So I can feel like the inside of my shirts and my sweater, just, you know, like I had to get rid of a sweater because I could feel it. And I gave it away to somebody because it was so cute. It was the cutest sweater, but I couldn't wear it because I could feel it. And, you know, like when my sleeve runs up in my coat, I don't like it when my socks are like getting eaten by my shoes. Whew. Yeah. Can't do it. But I iron everything. Absolutely everything. And I'll iron my son's clothes too, because I don't want him looking like a hobo out there in the world. And it makes such a big difference. You know, when you have a nice crisp cotton shirt and you iron it, whoo, that's magic right there. That sends a message. That's exactly why my mother did my laundry, to be sneaky. Yep. Yeah, my mother didn't clean my room because she wanted to help me. She wanted to see what I had in there. She was looking for drugs. This is the hilarious part, is I was never a drug user. But like in my 40s, I started using pot mushrooms, all that stuff. So as a teenager, no, I was a little goody two shoes, but my mother thought I was on drugs, that I was a problem child, all the things, because she's a covert narcissist and I wasn't obedient. I've always been on the radical end of things, and she couldn't handle a child who didn't just snap the second she demanded anything. So, but yeah, she would, if she saw me now, but she hasn't seen me in decades. Ren it's very much a straight from the dryer to the body kind of vibe. Interesting. Had it so easy when I lived with my parents. Yeah, my kid doesn't even know how good he has it. I had to have it out with him yesterday. It was being a little so-and-so. Still love him. Still mine. He's my so-and-so, but yeah, he had a little talking to. Ashley is saying, I found it much easier way to get rid of wrinkles. I just sprayed the clothes with the spray bottle. It kind of de-wrinkles them, but it really doesn't like get that nice crisp iron pressed kind of thing. And not everything needs to be ironed. Like I don't iron my pajamas or anything, but if I'm going to wear like this sweatshirt, when I took it out of the cupboard, it was folded. So it had lines, it had wrinkles. So I took it and gave it a quick little press. And like my ironing table's always up. The iron's always right there. So I just gave it a quick little press. So there was no lines in it. And that, I guess that's just my own brand of OCD or something. I'm not an ironer. Used to when I had office work. Nowadays we get clothes that don't need it. Yeah. A lot of clothes don't need to be ironed these days. Ren saying, just proud of ourselves for not going out naked. How old are you, Ren? I thought Gen Z was like 10 and under, because my son is Gen Alpha, isn't he? 18 Gen Alpha, and then Gen Z are like the 6-year-olds who are making teachers quit, which is kind of hilarious to me actually. And is saying Neely went into her room and all I heard was mom jumping dresser drawers. I stayed at yeah. Sometimes this one you go for a walk, go to the cafe. But certain things people still iron because it looks bad. Yes, linen especially. Yeah, it's gonna get wrinkled on you, but you need to kind of start with it freshly ironed. And is saying my dad did room inspection on Saturday mornings. Saturday, yeah, like Saturdays in my house was cleaning day, which it's interesting because now as somebody who's like into metaphysics and energy and all the things, all the woo-woo, that is the day you should be cleaning, because Saturday is ruled by Saturn, which is about contraction, order, making order out of chaos, things like that. So it's interesting that my parents' generation, Saturday. Now I just clean whenever, but Saturday is a really good day to get into the energy of contraction and making order out of chaos. Ren is saying also, if you're fancy, a lot of people just steam their clothes if they have a steamer, but that's right. Steamers are very nice. Yeah, I've used a steamer. They're fun. So you're 20. Are you sure you're Gen Z? I thought you were Gen Alpha. We're going to look that up. We're going to find it out. If your son is, no, because he tells me he's Gen Alpha and that the next generation, like the kindergartners now, are Gen Z. That's what he tells me. Interesting. I'm a Gen X, so my baseline is I don't care. Pretty much. My kids are Gen Alpha. Interesting. Maybe I've mixed it all up because he tells me he's Gen Alpha. But yeah, so this generation, see the teachers, when I see the videos of the teachers talking about why they're quitting, I'm like, they're like these 6 years old today, these Gen Z kids, they are a nightmare. And I'm like, oh, Gen Z is the little ones. So they're Gen Alpha. Interesting. Okay. So maybe the teachers don't even know what they're talking about. Yeah, they're full of themselves. So I am hearing so many teachers, they're quitting because of these little kids, that the kids they're just not having it. And I want to, like, I don't know any little kids that age, but I kind of want to ask, like, what's going on with kids today? Why are they not tolerating what's going on in the classrooms? I think that's what I want to know. Gen Alpha is 2013 onwards. Okay, thank you. Oh, and Ashley's saying, Ren, you're making me feel very, yeah. Let's just say I'm more than twice your age. I'll be 55 in 8 days. So yeah, you're just a couple years older than my own child. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do a little Googling for myself just to see, because I'm like, why does my son say he's Gen Alpha? Ashley's a fresh spring chicken. And Ashley's saying, I wish. And me too. 55 is not feeling very good, I have to say. It is well and truly over the hump. I'm in denial that I'm old enough to have a teenager, yet I have people I went to high school with. Yeah, I know people my age. When my son was born, I was 37, and I knew people my age who were grandparents. Small town life. And then there's times when I say, I don't know how I have a 17-year-old when I'm only 14, because I didn't really quite go beyond 14. I'm the subcategory of Gen X. Oh yeah, so you were born when were you born? Like 78-ish, in that age range, 1980, somewhere there. If you 70 is Gen 10, okay, thank you. We see, we're learning stuff. This is why we need people of all ages, all generations hanging out together so we can all learn from each other. I'm considered an elder millennial. Are you scared of Gen Xers? Because I saw a guy who was talking about, saying that he's an elder millennial and his brother's Gen X, and he's like, I'm terrified of him. He said, I grew up absolutely terrified of him. So Gen Alpha includes, interesting. Wow. Yes. So I was born in 71. Gen X, hardcore. And so I find you, when I watch you, I find you to be actually quite similar to me, like in attitude, like we obviously have very different vibes and lives and everything else, but so you can sense the attitude, that Gen X attitude in there. And it's how we stay looking young, and it's how we don't we're not crying every day. It's just an attitude. My husband has the same thing. And saying if we left stuff like jackets, etc., downstairs, my dad would confiscate it and we'd have to buy it back with our allowance. Ooh, hardcore. Was your dad like a military man? Geeky Witch, I'll be back on my lunch break, so I need to go forage. Good. Get something to eat. Lola was a grandma at 29. Step grandma. That's like trophy wife / step grandma. 84. So you're definitely a millennial. Absolutely hardcore millennial right there. Greatest generation. 27. Oh, that was my grandparents. Silent generation. Baby boomers. Gen X. Interesting. All right. We're learning so much here. Okay. Yep. Millennial. Though, you know what, we're Book Dreamers Alley. You're so wise. That's what I think too. You're so wise. I would never, when I think, I didn't think you were old or anything, but you're so wise, which I thought anytime I listen to you, I'm like, you are wise beyond your years. You're scared of Gen Alpha. Yeah, I don't know any, but I hear the world is. I hear the world is scared of Gen Alpha. They just got to send the Gen Xers in to sort them out. I'm also scared of Gen Alpha. Wow. The little kids today, they're not having it. They're not here for the nonsense. They are absolutely not here for it. Yeah, see, this Google, when you Google, you will find a whole bunch of different answers. That's probably why I was confused. All kids have a bad strike, but Gen Alpha sometimes has a bad strike that might. Oh yeah. The stories I hear. Now, I think it's a combination, right? I listen to the story, to the teachers, the reasons for quitting. But I feel like it's a double barrel thing. They were not equipped to be teachers, and then they got handed a really tough pack of kids who are just not interested in the nonsense. Like for me, I don't like the nonsense that goes on in public schools. I find there's a lot more activism than education. And then what happens is you have the school board saying, oh my gosh, the math grades are low. What are we going to do? And it's like, teach, correct them, because when they go write these big exams, like, I don't know what it's like where everybody else lives, but every once in a while, my son has to go write this huge exam that is not part of the school curriculum. It's an extra board exam kind of thing. And that's where they'll find out that they don't know anything that they should have been taught. And so this is where I just get like, well, if the kids are unable to do math, the reason is they were not taught. And so there's just too much time spent concerned about what color t-shirt to wear today, or is it pajama day? Is it spirit day? Is it lumberjack day? I don't know. And so this is why I think this is a double-barreled thing with these kids today, is they're not interested in any of the nonsense that's going on, and teachers are not equipped. They did not grow up equipped for it, and they went into it not realizing that this is really tough work, and that there may be generations demanding an education and are not interested in the rest of it. And so, but I want to find some kids and ask them and be like, what's going on? How come you hate school? I'll see a lot over the summer, so I'm going to start asking them. And my generation has done some 10 stupid stuff, in all honesty. Yeah, I've seen it. I see it. I hang around with a pack of teenagers and my son's pipe band. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's days where all the parents are just like, what the heck? We're all looking at our own kids, everybody else's kids, like, what is wrong with these people? Yeah, they are something else. The kids today, yeah, I don't know, top 10. Anne is a boomer. And Ashley's parents are both boomers. Red Art born September. So you're a Virgo, yeah. Virgos are, yeah, actually that kind of explains a lot. Like, not that explains everything, but I just mean like knowing your personality a bit. I'm like, yeah, now that you say you're a Virgo, I'm like, yeah, I see it. I see it. I had a feeling you were a 5 star. Oh, hardcore. Baby Aries. I wake up ready to go to war, but I'm a Gen Xer, so I don't care. Do you see what I mean? Like, I'll fight it, and then I'll be like, whatever, that was fun. 1988 Aquarius. I don't know many Aquarius people. Gen X are mostly Gen Alpha's parents. Really? Like, we're too old to breed. Gen X is too old. Gen X is in their 50s. So we're not breeding. We got teenagers and grown-ass adults for kids. Like, we're not, it's got to be people like younger than my generation that's making babies, because no one in the 50s is making babies. Like, I was 37 and I was considered a geriatric mother. Thanks for that label, hospital staff. That was a lot of fun. I see myself as normal and ignorant. Well, I think that's it, Book Dreamers Alley, is that you read so much, and you read really interesting academic-y kind of things. Like, I would not have thought of Vikingathon, and so I feel like you are wise in a way that I'm not. And it's, yeah, because you learn so much all the time, and you read really, really smart people books. Oh, another Aquarius. And a Gemini. Interesting. Yeah, no, the other way around. Millennial. Yeah. So if my son is Gen Z, then Gen Z would have been born to Gen Xers and millennials. And then the millennials are probably making the alpha kids. We're going to need a chart. I started young with teaching my kids their skills, so they're currently top of the class. Nice. My son hates school. He says, because he's bored. Yeah, that was my son. And a bored kid is a dangerous kid, because they will get up to all kinds of mischief. I did. My son did. Yeah. I think that kids really actually want to be challenged by the work. And I think that teachers need to wrap their heads around that. I was a child therapist. I would have lots of discussions about dressing appropriately for appointments. So no pajamas in the office. But I think schooling adjusts too quickly to current affairs. Yes, too much activism in the schools and not enough teaching and educating in the schools, which is, I think, is the big problem we're having right now, just from my own observations of what I've seen over the last 15 years of my son being in school. Like in my first year of uni, AI was the worst thing to ever happen to education. And now my last year, they're trying to integrate AI into everything. Yes. Yeah. And I think the problem with AI is that people can't distinguish between reality and AI. And I've seen it. Like, I can see why a lot of people get conned and have all their money taken in a scam, because they believe that whoever's in the video is real. The celebrity is speaking to them, and, happens all the time. I saw a man in my town lost $350,000 to an online scam. And it was probably a lot of AI. There seems to be a lot more focus on generations now than when I was young. It's an internet thing, I guess. We didn't have it as kids. I remember, like, in my 20s, there was the movie Slacker. And that was like my generation. Well, your generation too. Siren and I are very close in age. And so our generation, we were the slackers. But being in the UK, it might have been a different vibe, because slackers may have been like more of a North American thing. And we were the slacker generation. We were the generation that came up with so much technological advancement because we were slackers. And people like, what was his name? The Apple guy. And the Windows guys. They were finding easier, more efficient ways to do things so they could be slackers for more time in the day, right? Like, that was a lot of the advancements come from lazy people, because they're just finding efficiencies to do things easier and faster. And so it wasn't until I was in my 20s that I'm like, oh, I'm a Gen X. Okay. And that was when we started hearing about this. Yeah, I had my kids in my early 30s, and they said anyone pregnant after 35 is a geriatric. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, excuse me, ma'am, not geriatric. Unfortunately, Gen Alpha is skipping in basics in some places because schools want them to stay inside the tech. Oh, yeah, we need more like doing in school. Like, they need, I remember when I was in school, we did everything. We were taught how to set a table. We were taught how to do math. We were taught how to run and jump. And like, we were taught all kinds of different things. Plus we had French, plus we had English, sciences, but we did things. We didn't just watch things on a screen. We did the things. We learned to sew. We learned how to knit. We learned all kinds of physical things that were conducive to a life of being able to do things. Boredom was the reason we put Lucy in private school. Yeah. We could have put my son in private school, but he wanted to be in French immersion. And so we did that in international baccalaureate. So he's a certified French speaker. He wrote the big exam for that. I was glad to have my kids before that. Yeah. I would not want to be like making babies now. Not in this day and age. Aquarius girls unite. Double Gemini. No, I would not have guessed that at all. Never would have. I mean, I knew you were a Gemini, but I never would have guessed you were a double Gemini. Scorpio. Another Aquarian. Wow. Yes, look at all the Aquarians. I don't think I know any in my real life. But we also have to think about how the schools have changed over the years and generations. We had card catalogs, and the kids. Yeah. Remember, you had to go to the library and find the card and then find the Dewey Decimal System and then figure that out. I used to know that inside and out. And now I couldn't tell you anything. I made a protein iced coffee during the sprint. No pajamas, hairbrushed. I see dressing appropriately as a sign of respect for yourself. Exactly. I was talking to Jamil Giovanni, who is JD Vance's best friend. He lives not far from me. I see him all the time. And I asked him about the way people dress in the chamber. So when they do question period in the parliament, we can watch it online, or we can watch it on TV. I watch it online. And I asked him about the way people dress, because I said, like, I see people look like they like picked something out of the dumpster this morning and showed up for work. And he told me there's no dress code, and there's no rules about what you wear in the chamber. And I was like, what? I did not like that, because I'm like, I think we need to have more respect for that room and that building. Whether we like who's in power or not, we need to have respect for the institution of our parliament. And so, yeah, I do see like dressing nicely as a sign of respect. And, here's a great example. When somebody goes to a wedding and they're dressed, all casual, and everybody else is dressed up, people notice. And then people will say, did she not know she was coming to a wedding? Like, that's that same kind of energy where people they see it. And right now, like, I went to Walmart the other night and I was like, I saw a lot of pajamas walking around. And I thought that was interesting. Ren saying, yeah, it's becoming more prominent now because unfortunately we've reached a point where working hard is not enough to guarantee a good life. So everyone wants a generation to blame. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. Absolutely. I'm ADD as a hyperactive person. You have a lot of energy. Like, you're very like, go, 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 go. I love it though. Being an artist need challenging the brain. Yeah. Gen Alpha has been surrounded by advanced tech. It's unfair to people to ask them about things they've never seen or taught. Yes. So, I see people older than me. I don't want to say boomers, people older than me. And they're like, well, I can't believe you don't know that. And I'm like, why would I? It's an old fashioned thing from when you were a child. You know what I mean? Like, why would I know these things? There's no reason for any Gen Alpha, like any 6-year-old, to know how to use a rotary phone in 2026. There's absolutely no reason for it. Things like that. But at the same time, we need to teach these kids how to do stuff without technology, because not everything can be done with technology. And what about the day the internet is taken down and that's it? It's gone. We don't have it anymore. So we need to have a balanced life, a digital life, yay, to keep up with the world. But then I also really firmly believe in an analog life, that how to do things without relying on technology. We're off on a whole tangent here today. My kids are in a magnet school, and my daughter's in the gifted program, and they want to test my son. Interesting. I was in gifted too, which was a really weird experience. But I don't know what a magnet school is. I must be like, is it like a private school? I've never heard of it. Like, one of my baby cousins has never seen an iPhone with buttons on it. Yeah. Or a payphone. Yeah. I don't know that my son would know how to use a payphone, but he's never needed to. Right? Like, I don't know how to drive a horse and buggy, but I don't need to. Like, we have to accept that there are things that disappear with each generation that the next generation just doesn't need to know to, and we don't need to be shaming them for that. Hello. Stopping by to hit the like. Thank you, Allie. I hope you're having a great day. And everybody's saying hi to Allie. And Red Pill Art, today we don't dress well. I love shopping and to buy cool clothes. Yeah. Like, at the I think like the most casual I think I ever go anywhere is like leggings and like an athletic shirt. But that's like, so when I go to the Highland Games, I'm like running around the whole day. It's hot, it's gross, it's a lot of work. I'm not there as a tourist. I'm working for my son and the band and everything else. So that's about as casual as I probably am seen outside. I did once. I was very, very sick and needed medicine, and went to the grocery store in my pajamas, and did, of course, run into people I knew, and then had to explain, no, I'm sick. Siren saying, Ren, I get that. Although I'd say we're heading that way for about 30 years with no cost of housing. With cost of housing and parts of the world is not easy. Yeah, the average house around me is like $1 million. The ability to work remotely is a plus of recent times. Yes, it did kind of open up the world. But what happened, I've noticed in like my generation and younger, is that families don't stay living close to each other. They all move apart. And then people wonder why they don't see each other. So, but with the internet, people can stay connected without having to live close to each other. I'm not that person. If people move away and they say, we're still going to stay friends, I'm like, no, we're not. I'm never going to see you again. I just let people go. And I'm very much a don't look back kind of person. So, but a lot of families I know are very spread apart and see each other maybe one day a year, like Christmas, and then just stay in contact on Facebook and things like that. Rotary phone, you're taking me back. Yeah, I wish I had one, because there's something so incredibly satisfying about slamming that phone down. Like, you knew you had hung up on someone. The whole house knew you had hung up on someone in a rage. And now it's like, and it's not the same. It's not the same. It's like the cupboards that we have when we put in a new kitchen, and our cupboards don't slam. And I'm like, well, how is anybody supposed to know how annoyed I am if I can't slam the cupboards? Yeah. Anne is saying, we had a funeral for a young man in his early 20s. I was appalled at the behavior and the way young people were dressed. Yeah. So I used to work in funeral service for a long time. I still connected, like, because as a minister, I still go do funerals. So I'm still in funeral homes. I think my thing with that, and I'm gonna give a perspective of grace with this. When somebody dies, usually there's just a couple days to prepare for that. And if you're young and you've never had to dress up for anything, you maybe don't have anything in your closet that you could wear to a funeral. I don't know that my husband owns a tie besides the one he wears with his kilt. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, why would he need to? And so I think that for a lot of young people, the first time in their life maybe that they may be getting dressed up would be for a funeral, and the money isn't necessarily there to go buy a suit or something appropriate to wear, so they wear what they have. That's a moment of grace. On the other hand, where are their parents? You know, like I made sure that from the time my son ever needed to wear a blazer, that he had a blazer that fit him at any given moment, and a tie and a shirt, so that he can, you know, when he gets last minute invitations to meet politicians and Silver Cross mothers and this and that and everything else, he always has something. Even if he's just wearing like nice jeans, he's got a blazer and a shirt and a tie to go with it. So, but that's it. It's like, if people don't think dressing up is important, they won't make sure that their children have something in their closet that they can wear. So yeah, I for someone in his 20s, I don't know. I feel like we got to have just a little bit of grace there, and then they'll figure it out. I've seen men in their 70s have no idea how to dress for a funeral either, or a wedding. Like when I was in the heyday of my wedding career, I was doing about 100 weddings a year. And there's a lot of grown people, like older than me, who don't know how to dress for a wedding. So it's not just young people. My detox social media time is going to the gym, fully disconnected from media. Good. Be alone with your thoughts. Magnet schools are free. Public K-12 schools of choice that operate within different schools, featuring specialized, innovative curricula designed to attract a diverse student. Interesting. We don't have anything like that where I am. The closest would have been when I was in high school. There was a vocational school in the city. And if you couldn't cut it in high school, you probably were sent to the vocational school, which at the time was the worst thing in the world. But those guys are making way more money than the rest of us now, because they got a vocation. And while we were, doing algebra, body from various backgrounds. Oh, this diverse student body from various backgrounds. Interesting. That's interesting. Siren saying it's important to get off the net. Yeah, absolutely. They are an IB magnet school. Oh, interesting. Oh, so they're doing IB too. High school IB was very hard. I know, because I had to help my son. It's just like, what are we doing? Yeah, IB made me feel really dumb. I think most Gen Z dresses according to aesthetics trends that apply that trend or aesthetic to wherever they're going. Yeah. Like, so what you're saying is that this generation would be like, I'm going to a farmer's market, so I'm going to dress like I'm going to a farmer's market. My outfit is, what do you think of my farmer's market outfit? As opposed to, this is just how I dress. Is that what you're saying? Because that's kind of fun, actually. I don't hate young people. I really don't. I think they're kind of wild. I love it. A good feral child is just always needed somewhere, you know. I will never forget that instead of taking our daughter's phone, we take the charger instead. That caused real panic. Oh, just change the Wi-Fi password. Just change the Wi-Fi password. That's what I would do. Which is definitely cause for controversy. So this is about the way that Gen Z dresses. Huh. Ren is saying, and the charger already did. It's like turning off the Wi-Fi. Yeah, because nothing works. See, I don't want to punish myself for my child's bad behavior. That's not my fault. Not my fault at this point in his life. So I'm not going to punish myself. Jaleesa is saying, we take everything and phone charger, everything. Oh, you mean like we did when we were kids? Have a nap, read a book, have a nap, go for a walk, clean your room, fold your clothes. Yeah, imagine, do you remember being young and like out of sheer boredom, you'd clean your room? Yeah. I bought a funeral outfit because I have a friend who went down a dark road just in case. Yeah. Everybody should have something in their closet, an LBD, a little black dress that in a pinch you can pop on and it'll serve a lot of occasions, job interviews, meetings, awards, ceremonies, funerals, all of it. I have tons of them because I worked in funeral service and I worked in a place that didn't have uniforms. We had a clothing budget. So I could just go buy what I wanted, what I like to wear, and had it tailored to fit me perfectly. And then the boss man just took my receipts and then paid for it all. So I have tons of dresses fully appropriate for funerals. People don't dress up for most things anymore unless an invite is explicitly stated as black tie. Yeah, I go to a lot of weddings. Yeah, funerals. And again, funerals, like not everybody has the money to buy a funeral outfit with 48 hours notice. So I get that. Or like where I live 45 minutes from a mall. Don't necessarily have the time to start going looking for something to wear. So people wear what they have. A wedding's a different thing. You've got a year. Most people get married. They plan their wedding for a year. So that's a little different. But yeah, young people will probably find there's better opportunities if they dress a little better. That when you're meeting people, big name people, and you're dressed appropriately, they'll notice. That boredom will have you apologizing fast. Yeah. It's a big cup of act right. The behavior was horrific. They were in and out like we were at a club. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So when I worked in funeral service, everybody did everything. There was no like, you're too good for this job. You did everything. If the toilet was plugged, whoever was free, they unplugged it. Whoever had time on their hands, they were on door duty. Like, it didn't matter. Like, there was no hierarchy on funeral days. And so there's a type of family, a type of person we would call the in and out family. And they were the people who would be in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And you're just like the whole day, like on the door. There's never a break from it. And it's not like it's people coming in, like there's hundreds of people. No, it's the same people in and out, in and out, in and out. I could usually spot them the moment they arrived at the funeral home. I could be like, this is going to be an in and out family. I was almost always right. There's some clues that you can easily, when you see the pattern recognition, you start to be able to spot them right away. And so, yeah, that is like older people don't do that. They tend to come in and stay there the whole time. The most they'll do is go to the washroom or go get a coffee like that. Whereas, yeah, I did notice younger people were in and out. Like you couldn't leave the door because you were constantly opening and closing it. And we had to, because we lived in, or the funeral home was a big Victorian building, and that the door was solid oak and would slam, and then everyone would hear it. So they had to have somebody on the door because all the young kids would just slam the door behind them, and it's so jarring, so jarring. Allie's saying people need to be able to dress for occasions and events with dress codes, but I'm never going to be mad at someone running errands looking however, as long as their bits are covered. Yeah, like I think the general unspoken societal rule is that you're okay to look like a bum at 9 a.m. when you're dropping your kids off at school and then you're running a couple errands. But at 3 p.m. when you're picking them up, you got to have pulled it together a little bit, at least a little bit. But yeah, for the most part, I don't care. Like you wear your pajamas, I don't care. If that feels right for you, knock yourself out. Probably not going to be invited to like the fancy meetings and big opportunities, but if you're comfortable, wear your jams. I consider myself an amazing good dresser. I pick up on board. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh yeah, join my Discord. I opted for honors classes in post-secondary. I started college and high school to get the credits for free in lieu of the IB classes. So you did an international baccalaureate too. Interesting. My son did a college course. Because right now he's got to get over 80 in 6th grade 12 courses. So we're doing some juggling and some math to make sure that happens so that he graduates as an Ontario scholar, gets the scholarship for university, blah, 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 blah. So we're doing a lot of, but then he came to me and he said, actually, mommy, I don't, and yes, he still calls me mommy, I don't have to worry about my English credit as much because I remembered that in grade 11, I did a grade 12 course and I got like 92%. And I'm like, phew. So that took a little pressure off. Yes, it's usually for content purpose. Like, look at my farmers. Okay. I think it's fun, but I let my mom pick my outfit for the serious stuff. Good. Yeah, let your mom do that. Embrace that. And when your mom has pulled an outfit together for you, photograph it and then, print it and put it in your closet so that you remember that next time you need, the funeral outfit, you're like, what was I wearing? And then you've got a photograph of it. That's what I used to do when I was young. I used to take pictures of all my outfits and had a wall with, so I could just look and say, what do I feel like today? And I would pick one and off I'd go. Now I wear whatever is clean because I'm like, whatever. I don't care. We can't take the laptop because of school. Yeah. That's a big one. It's a black polka dot dress. Yeah, that's awesome. It's also hard to dress pretty when it's -50 and blizzard. Yes. Yeah, that's why we have super long coats here in Canada. I never make rules with the way I dress. You're a pretty funky dresser. I like that you really like color and stuff. Like you really have a very vibrant vibe. Ali saying, if the only 2 times I'm leaving the house for the day, for both times I'm not leaving my car, I'm not pulling that too. Yes. I have dropped my son off in pajamas, picked him up in my pajamas because I'm like, I'm not doing anything else today. So why am I going through the effort? Just put on a long coat, hat, get on, you just go do it. The Discord link says the link is expired. Oh my goodness. Again, with this Discord link. Let me see if I can, let's see here. All right. I don't have my glasses on, so, okay, let's see if this works. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, thank you. I just popped a new link in. I'm not a Discord person, so I'm not really entirely sure how to use it. I'm going to have to read up a little bit on it. Well, actually, Ashley, yes. I think you are there. I think I saw you in there. Are you there? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you joined last time, I think, or 2 weeks ago or something. I can't remember. But listen, there's nothing wrong with a little nap, okay? You do what you need to do. Horrible at fashion these days. I just wear what's comfy. Yeah. Yep. Just some solid basics and accessories is all most people need. I was at a bus stop when a funeral procession went by. There was a young woman in a car standing up in a sunroof drinking alcohol. Yeah. Yeah, people have no idea. Country people tend to be better. I remember I did a funeral up in a town about 20 minutes north of me, country town. And then the cemetery we went to was an old country cemetery. And the funeral home staff that came were all from the city. And so they really didn't know how we do things out here. And so when we were driving, I'm with the funeral director and we're driving in the lead car down the road and all the cars are pulling over and I'm waving to everybody. And the funeral director was like, what's going on? And I said, well, they're pulling over. I'm waving, thanking them for pulling over. And she's like, why? And I said, well, because if any of them recognize me in your car and I don't say thank you, then I'm going to get Facebook messages later saying, I pulled over and I waved and you did, you know? And she was like, no. Why are they pulling over? And I said, because we're a cortege. We're a funeral procession. This is what we do. You pull over. And she's like, I've never seen this in my life. And I was like, oh yeah, all the time out here. If it's a famous person, like a famous local person who's died, people will often line the road, stand there on the road as they go by to wave. But yeah, the disrespect is, I find that a lot of people don't, I'm trying to think of an elegant way to say this. They don't realize that we die. And it's, you know what I mean? Because in video games, you don't really ever. And I think that, I remember seeing somebody about, it was a shooting and somebody was saying like, you had real bullets? Like, what did you think? Like, I just don't think that people are connecting the dots on that people died. And it's for real. And it's forever, Ren is saying my degree is in international relations. So we have a bunch of diplomat panel discussions, especially last year, since it was G20 season here. Oh, you're in South Africa. Nice. Needless to say, I FaceTimed my mom. Good girl. Good job. Good job. That's how it's done. You call your mom. Get mom on the case. And the thing about moms is we'll usually just do it and then quietly disappear. So, we're not there saying, look I dressed my child today. No, we just get in, get out like ninjas, like a military operation. Get in, dress the kid, get out, and let them get on with their life before every discussion to make sure. But yeah, that's good. That's awesome. I love that. The link's working now. Thank you. It's there. Yeah, listen, actually, I got it. It's a tiring time of year. And I think we're all just a little worn out. Oh no. I hope you're okay now. I hope you're okay. Caffeine helps with migraines. And salt. Caffeine and salt. Yeah. I actually saw a thing. There's a video, and this girl, she's in her car and she's like, I have a wicked migraine. But I need someone to explain the science part of why anytime I have a migraine, I always feel instantly better when I go to McDonald's, get some fries and a Coke. And a doctor said, yeah, I'll explain the science. And he said, it makes perfect sense. So when you go to McDonald's and you're getting a treat, like what most people would see as a treat, that's like you get a hit of dopamine. So even just going there, you're already feeling a little better. And he said that the salt helps hydrate the cells. So yay, that helps a lot. And that the caffeine, because he said something like a Coke has like 85 milligrams of caffeine, and that migraine pills have like 65 milligrams of caffeine. So he's like, it's like caffeine is what's in the migraine pills because it contracts the cells and takes the pressure off your brain. And so he's like, yeah, fries and Coke makes perfect sense that would cure a migraine. So there's your permission slip to go to McDonald's. Yeah, migraines are awful. I get some. I have chronic headaches, so I get it. Absolutely get it. People will line up, especially if it's a first responder. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the last time we had that happen here. I don't think we've had anybody die in the line of duty in a long time. But we do have, right by my house, I'll see if I can find a photo of it. We have the highway, the 401, and that there's a section of it that's called the Highway of Heroes. And that's the section from the military base to the coroner's office in Toronto. And here we are. I'm going to show a photo. This is not the most populated one I've ever seen, but people will line up on the bridge. I know for sure this is the bridge by my house. Let me see if this will work. Going to pop an image up here for you. And so we have the Highway of Heroes out by me, and that is the road where when a soldier is repatriated, they drive them from the military base out to Toronto. And so all the suburbs along the way, people will stand on the bridge. It's not the greatest photo, but you can see the cortege going by. That was 6 soldiers were repatriated that day. This was a long time ago. We don't have this. That would have been one of the Legion pipe bands. And then, of course, our fire department up top there. And usually there's a whole bunch of people who will line up. Oh, here's a good one. So when you're when they go through a small community with not a huge population, obviously the bridge is not as packed as in the bigger areas. So yeah, get a little emotional. Yeah. So there we go. Before we all start crying, we'll take that down. It's a little emotional because I was at a convention in January, and while we were there, one of the men found out that his soldier son was killed, and he had to leave and fly back. So let's see here. Ashley's saying so far so good with her migraine. Lola's saying her grandpa had a fireman's funeral. I'd never seen more, but yeah, those are big. Those are big. Siren saying glad to hear it. Yeah. We had a state trooper killed in the line of duty. Yeah. Yeah, we had a rash of police officers being killed in the line of duty a couple years ago. And because my son's in a pipe band, a police band, so the band was constantly having to take the day off to go to funerals. And I would make sandwiches and send them out so that at least at the end they had a bite to eat, because they're on a bus, right? The bus is not going to like go to Tim Hortons or McDonald's or something. So I was like, at least if there's like a box of sandwiches on the bus, they'll be all right. They'll make it through the rest of the day. All right. Who wants to sprint again? Shall we do a 90-minute one again? And we'll go, let's just go till So it's 2:09 now. Let's do an hour 20. So we'll go till 3:30 my time. And then once we get past 2:30, I'll adjust the little banner. So sprint until 3:30 p.m. EST or whatever that is for you. EDT, I don't care. I would never, I've never in my life called it EDT. So, but there's some people who do. So when they're like, do you mean EDT? I'm like, yes. Okay, there we go. All right. So that's an hour 20. We did go very long on that chatty chat. And we'll see you in just under 90 minutes. Let me know. Thank you. Thank you, Siren. I'm like, I don't know what's going on anymore. So let me know what you're going to do on the sprint. On this one, I think I'm going to get some knitting done on my little strawberry. And I got to do my DMs. And I got to work on my... I did actually organize all the recipes by category. So now I have to purge them a bit. So I'm going to work on that too. Okay. So we will see you at 3:30 my time, 8:30 European time, 7:30 UK time. And the rest of y'all need to figure it out because my brain's not doing the math on that. All right, everyone. That kind of flew by, I have to say. Where are we here? There we go. I did a bit more work on my strawberry. So I have, you can see there's eyelets, and that's for the ribbon to go through. And now I'm at the point where I'm going to do the leaves. So the leaves actually is its own 13-row pattern. And then you do 12 stitches, and then you do 12 stitches. And so you keep, so this is where I'm going to start with 12 stitches, and then I'll work this, just these 12 stitches to make a leaf, and then I'll move to the next 12 stitches and do that. And you just keep repeating. So that is where I'm at. I'm on the home stretch of my little strawberry purse. And I just want to show something else that I made this weekend. I made a little Sophie scarf in these beautiful colors, and I'll show the yarn. It is the Bernat Handicrafter, and Stoneware is the colorway name. I chose this because I live in a beach town, so I can walk to the beach. I never do. I never go to the beach. So but this color yarn made me think of all the sea glass we find at the beach. If I ever go for a walk, down at the beach, I always look for sea glass. And this yarn reminds me of that. So this scarf is actually for someone who's coming to my town on Thursday. I whipped this up on the weekend. She's coming to my town on Thursday with her husband. Lola will know who this is, Ryan and Tanya. So this is for Tanya. And I'll give it to her when she's here for our event on Thursday with Ryan. And that will be super exciting. But I just thought this yarn just is so beautiful. It's a beautiful cotton yarn. I didn't block it. I didn't feel like I needed to block it. And because the pattern, just a Sophie scarf, I just don't find really needs to be blocked that much. So that's that. And there's my ball of yarn. You can see what it looks like in real life. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's got that peach, the blue, the green, the white. It just, to me, as soon as I saw this, I thought this looks like sea glass. And it's so coastal feeling. So a perfect gift from someone who lives in a beach town and never goes to the beach. Oh well. So, and I always include a little card like this when I give a Sophie scarf so people can see what it is and how they're meant to wear it. I know I sent one to Siren, and she said she appreciated seeing the card, and then I'll write a little note on the back. So that will go to Tanya. And I was having this yarn. Remember, I was having the hardest time finding the little tiny balls of the loops and threads cotton. Well, I found a bunch of them. They're coming back into stock, and I even found this one, which is called Rose Ombre. But they have no big ones. Like Loops and Threads does make big balls of skeins balls of cotton yarn. This is the red cotton that I grabbed one for the poppy pot holders because I want to make a bunch of them for the Legion. There's a veterans dinner, and I thought, wouldn't it be nice to have one on each table for a veteran to take home? Thought that was nice. Anyway, so I've been lamenting that I can't find this in a big ball because I really like it for Christmas and Valentine's Day. I was in Walmart. Look what I found. Different brand. So they're not really the same. They're not entirely the same. This has more white. This one it's not just white, but it fades into a pink and a white. So I grabbed this for Christmas. I like to make little pot holders and coasters and things like this with a pattern in it, like the poppy or stuff. There's a website that has all kinds of different ones, including Christmas ones. And so I like that for that. That made me very happy that I found that. So that is what's on my table at the moment. And oh yes, we're going to talk about Anne's books. We're going to get through some comments, and we're going to talk about her books and the book I'm reading before we go into our final sprint. And so Anna was saying she's working on stuff for the readathon. Raven came in. Thank you so much, Raven. I hope you're having a great day. I'm so sorry I keep missing your lives. It's like they're at my bedtime. So one of these days I'm just going to have to stay up late. And just got the power on. Well, then your water heater's warming up. Yay. And pizza for dinner. Yum, yum. Yeah, I vote for pizza. Glenda, hello. Hello. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Did you see my cute little St. Patrick's me? It even changed my eyes to green, I think. And Anne is saying went outside to take the trash out. The garbage cans are blown over. Yeah. Oh, 40 pounds. Really? Oh my gosh. We have a metal, I think it's steel, a metal bench out front, and it was blown over. So yeah, that wind it's something, and it's still really windy today. Glenda, hello. Amberly's saying hello to Glenda. And the book Dreamer's Alley is finishing a presentation. Wonderful. It's so adorable. I just can't wait. So this one is going to go to Pipe Major's daughter, and then the Piper's coach, and one of the teachers. He has a little girl, so I'm going to make her a pink one, and I'm going to get a lighter green. I'm going to go to Michael's tonight and get a lighter green, so she'll have a pink one, and then the other little girl will have a red one. And Anne saying hi to Glenda. The botsing. Made progress on my daughter's room. This is Alicia, and started mapping out the calendar for April in my reading journal. Interesting. I have a reading journal, and I did actually update my two journals today, my reading journal and my knitting journal, but I do it after the fact. I feel like if I plan what I'm going to read, it's not going to work. Like I planned my day today and it didn't work. So yeah, best laid plans. Okay, where's the cheese? Where's the cheese? 47, Ashley read 47 pages of Jamaica Inn, also updating my book spreadsheet. See, y'all in your spreadsheets, I would rather crawl through broken glass than try to work on a spreadsheet because they are not my thing. Not my thing. And Geeky Witch is saying hi to Glenda. That yarn color pattern, beautiful, right? She will love the scarf, really pretty colors. I use my Sophie scarf often. Yeah, I sent one to Siren at her birthday. And yours is it's like a cream color, right? I can't remember now. I've knit so many, I can't remember who got them all. Anne saying hi to Glenda. Ash is saying hi to Glenda. Okay, everybody's saying hi to Glenda. Glenda's very popular in the booktube world. I read a bit of The Unspoken Name by A.K. Larkwood and went out back with the dog. It's too hot for March. Oh, well, what a shame. We just got hit with another blizzard. So yeah, it's only minus 400 here. So enjoy the warmth. Enjoy it for us, please. Please. Anne is saying my wife is picking up rotisserie chicken. I'll make some sweet. Oh, yum. Yum, 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 yum. I'm like you, Geeky Witch is saying, I'm like you, Pearl, I can't plan what I'm going to read, but I'll make note when I start. Yes, I will do that because I use Goodreads. So I'll say, I'll mark when I start a book, and then I'll mark when I finish it. So I do have a little bit of a record of it. And then when I'm done, I'll write it in my journal. I can't even plan what I'm going to knit because I had planned to knit vanilla socks this month, and I started them and ripped them apart, and now there's a bunch of stitches on a needle. I haven't started knitting anything. So because so many other things have come up, because the other day I thought, oh my gosh, I should knit Tanya a scarf. So I had to stop everything and do that. And fortunately, these things take like 3 afternoons or something to knit. So not a big deal. And the nice thing about a Sophie scarf, I'll actually open it up so you can see. So this one's not a big, huge, thick one, but what's nice is you can knit them right to a point and then down, or you do what I do. And I knit this was like 20 stitches. I increased to 20 stitches, and then I just did 12 inches of just straight knitting across. And then I started to reduce it. So but that's the nice thing about them is they're so flexible. You can do really any size you want. I see them with the hood. I kind of want to make myself a hood one. Ashley's saying, Geeky Witch, I usually only plan reads if I'm doing a readathon or reading challenge. Otherwise, I'm a mood reader. Yeah, I'm a mood knitter, mood reader. Everything's about my mood. Like, I should have been doing my DMs, like working on getting all my DMs out, like all the things I sent to myself. I just didn't feel like it. Yes, it's cream. That's right. I was trying to remember which color. I use Storygraph plus a written journal. Nice. Geeky Witch is saying definitely fair. I know there's a Read Your Library one coming up in April. I need to check the rules, but I can just look around and grab a book. Yeah, I should do that too in April, is read a couple of books from my own shelf. Like physical books on my shelf rather than the ones in my e-reader, because it's too easy to just ignore the physical books and just read my e-reader. And today I got an email saying that Goodreads is adding now a did not finish shelf. It's about time. It's about time, because I already have one for this year. A book that I just couldn't do it. Pages wouldn't turn. It was a spiritual book, which is fine, but it was like one of those things. Sometimes I pick up a spiritual book and it really challenges me, and sometimes it's like, yeah, I know this already. And this was one of those where I was like, yeah, this is like baby stuff. So I did not finish it. And so I am currently reading The Lemon Curd Killer. And I'm only about 30-40 pages in. I just started it yesterday, I believe. And it's cute. It's a cozy mystery. I think it was Beach Bum who recommended it. And it's just a cozy mystery, 260 pages. So it'll be a quick, easy read to get another book read, improve my numbers on reading books. And actually, I'll go back to this for 1 second. I'll just read the little description. Tea shop entrepreneur Theodosia has been tapped to host a fancy lemon tea in the genuine lemon orchard as a rousing kickoff to Charleston Fashion Week. But as fairy lights twinkle and the scent of lemon wafts among the tea tables, the deadly murder of a fashion designer puts a squeeze on things. As the lemon curd begins to sour, the murdered woman's daughter begs Theodosia to help find the killer. Tea events and fashion shows must go on, however, which puts Theodosia and her tea sommelier, Drayton Connolly, right in the thick of squabbling business partners, crazed clothing designers, irate film producers, drug deals, and a disastrous tea trolley tour. So there you go. And it says it includes delicious recipes and tea time tips. So it's cute, it's cozy, and I'm quite enjoying it so far. And then the book that Anne was talking about, A Guardian and a Thief, which I'm adding to my TBR. Just about every book that Anne suggests, I pop it in my TBR. This one actually sounds really, it doesn't have like the greatest Goodreads rating, but that doesn't mean anything, really. In the near future Calcutta, beset by flooding and blight, Ma, her 2-year-old daughter Mishti, and her elderly father Dadu are just days away from leaving the collapsing city behind to join Ma's husband in the home he has been building for them in Ann Arbor, Michigan. After procuring long-awaited passports and visas from the consulate, they pack their bags for the flight to America. But in the morning, they awaken to discover that Ma's purse with all the treasured documents within it has been stolen. I'm stressed out just reading that. A Guardian and a Thief tells the story of Ma and her family, their struggle to emigrate to America, and their devastation in the wake of the theft that changes their fate to one of implacable tragedy. And Boomba, the thief, whose hunger and desperation to care for his family drive him to commit a crime whose consequences he cannot fathom. That sounds really, really, really interesting. So I bet that's a pretty tense book. Anne, did you say you read it? I can't remember if you said you read it or not. Let me get, and give Siren some love, please, for helping us out today. She has a music channel. Oh, and by the way, my music channel, let me just have a little tiny peeky peek now. I have an Irish music video that I made, and it was something like, it hit 1,000 views on the last sprint. And I believe it may even be, it may even have gone even beyond that. Let's look at the analytics for 1 second. I was so impressed. It's my first music video to go kind of viral on my channel. So that was kind of exciting. It's got, the last I checked, it had almost 1,100 views. Yep, almost 1,100 views. So that's kind of exciting that my one little music video on my music channel is going viral right now. Amberly's saying, I've been doing a mini read what you own challenge since January. It's very satisfying, but I also want to buy books so bad. Yeah, I collecting books and reading books they are not the same hobby. Not at all. Not at all. So yeah, I need to start reading the books on my shelves right now. Hands up if you have a channel you would like a link shared for. Thank you, Siren. Anne ordered Paradiso 17. It was released today. Another one from the Women's Prize for Fiction long list. Very nice. Geeky Witch. Someday I want to see Stephen King write a cozy mystery with all of the murder that happens in small towns. You'd think it would be natural. Well, I live in a small town, and we got murders. We have 3 unsolved murders currently at the moment in my 2 in my town and 1 just outside of my town. And Stephen King has been here. he may be taking in some inspo from the way we murder people here, and because the film it was filmed in this area, so he actually came in to the area, and it was kind of cool. We got to see the filming, and we could always just drive into town and see whatever we wanted. So yeah. Alicia's reading Storm the Castle by Jolie Vines. I read one of her newer series, not realizing that all of her series intermingle with each other. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that, where you kind of got to read all of them. It's very clever marketing. But yeah, you kind of have to read all of them. Maybe what I'll do on the next week is tell me right out of the gate what you're reading, and then I'll do the little, like I did with Anne's book, is we'll talk about it, and maybe we'll get other people reading it so you can compare notes. Okay, so Anne's saying yes, she read it. So what did you think? Was it worth the 3.8 stars on Goodreads, or should it have been higher, lower? Was it tense? I read that. I read the description, and I thought, I bet that's pretty tense. Geeky Witch is saying we have our crafty stash collection hobby and our book collection stash. Yeah. Making crafts and collecting craft supplies, not the same thing. 2 different people do that. Ashley's saying, I've been buying so many books lately, it's bad. My piles are growing. I can't remember the last time I bought a book. Now I've got the hiccups. I think the last time I got a book was like probably Christmas 2024. Only because I very, very much committed to not buying novels. I don't buy novels because once I read it, what am I going to do with it? And I'm not I have bookshelves and I have books. I like, you don't walk in my house and see no books. Like, there's books, but I don't keep novels, so I don't buy them. And I'd rather go, I go to the secondhand bookstore and get them, or borrow them, or get them from the library, things like that. So I think the last books I got, were probably Christmas, and I haven't read them. See what I mean? That's why I've got to start. I've got to do the April challenge of reading my bookshelf. Books are your comfort blanket. Yeah, I can see that, Anne. We even built a room for them. Alicia has the same problem. Siren saying they're filming The Resurrection of Christ in Italy. Director Mel Gibson. I'm tempted to try to pop over to see. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it so that you can film it and you can take pictures and make us all jealous. Like, that's what I want. I want to sit here feeling jealous. So for anybody who doesn't know Siren yet, she lives near Italy. So it's not that to pop over to Italy is not like the rest of us who'd have to get on a plane. Like, first of all, I'd have to drive 2 hours to an airport and then get on a plane. But Siren actually lives quite close to Italy. So she could definitely go do that and make us all jealous. Do it for me. And Anne gave it 5 stars. Trying to read the long list. Okay, you're trying to read. You're going to complete the whole list. I'm sure you will, Anne. I'm sure you will. That's a good little project. So you gave it 5 stars. Interesting, because I do find, like, Goodreads, if something gets a lower rating, it's probably a really good book, but people reading it maybe didn't appreciate the goodness of the book. Do you know what I'm saying? If it's a novel, I know I won't read again. I know I won't read again. I usually trade at my local secondhand shop. Yeah, I get a lot of books from the library and the secondhand shop. And like, we do actually in our town have a secondhand bookshop. I kind of want to buy it because they don't do anything in there. Like, they sell books, but they haven't really expanded on the business. And every time I see it, I think of all the things I could do in there. And I think I just need to buy the place. And Siren's saying, follow on movie to the Passion of Christ in Amharic language 20 years ago. I was watching a documentary about it. Oh, interesting. I haven't seen Passion of the Christ in so long. I should watch it again. And Aramaic. I probably would have typed it the same way too. There's actually, if you ever get the chance and you see a copy of the Bible written direct translation from Aramaic to English, it's well worth reading. Not for religious purposes. The Bible's not a religious book, but it's so beautiful. Like, it's take everything that you've been taught or believed about it and then read it from English directly to Aramaic. It's incredibly beautiful. One of the most beautiful things I've ever read. The faithful saying, back to say hi and bye. Tried to go out for dinner, but didn't realize there was a set menu for Ramadan. Oopsie, oops. So are you going to have to make dinner at home? Oh dear. It's okay to say anytime. A Brit yeah. So Siren lives in Croatia, across from Italy, next to Montenegro, where I am thinking about popping into for a couple days. Anna's saying we're thinking about going into the basement. We were thinking about going to the basement last night. We thought that might be dangerous because of falling back. Oh, yeah, because if you're worried about the storm and then the bookshelves fall on you, well, yeah. Yeah, best to just maybe stay in the center of the house. I do love a pre-loved book. I don't. Really. I'm always a little wary of what I'm going to find in it. Although I bought a copy of Hitchhiker's Guide for my son, and inside was a little boy's picture with writing on the back. It was kind of interesting. Ashley's saying I go to the library a lot too, but my local library just closed until next summer for remodeling. That's so sad. Do you live close enough to another town? Like, did another town say, okay, you people can come over here? Like, because like where I live, we have a library, we have a Carnegie library. And then the next town over has a library, and we're allowed to go there and borrow books with this town's library book can borrow from that town. Or library card can borrow from that town. No means, but yeah, it took me a second, but I got there. I knew what you meant. We're having pizza and we'll try again next week. Yeah, that's, is Siren leaving? Did she say she was leaving? Okay. You're having pizza. Yum. I don't know what I'm going to have. For lunch, I had peanut butter on a keto wrap with everything bagel seasoning on it and some cheese. I shared cheese with my dog. we call it our daily cheese meeting. So there we go. The faithful is saying, or was it, Siren was saying bye to you. Okay, sorry. I got confused there for a second. Pizza's always nice. Ashley's saying, yes, there are other branches around, just a little further away. But it is. It's hard when you think, oh, that's a long time. The time's going to pass. It will pass. And you've got lots of books to read. You don't need any more. It's like when I go to the yarn shop. And my husband's like, oh, did you run out? I'm like, yep, not a single tiny bit of yarn left in the house. Can't move for it, but, no, I thought I think Faithful's leaving. I just got confused. A perfect way to go. I could hear the remarks right? I was thinking that too. Like, what a way to go. Surrounded by your books. Yeah. Faithful was saying, I'm under the impression this is the last chatty bit. Yes, it is. Because then we're going to do one final sprint and then just a couple minutes to say bye. And I'm going to share my brand new theme song at the end. So stick around for that. I can never have enough yarn. Yeah. But I'm starting to run out of room. So again, 2026, I said, that's it. I'm not going to buy any more yarn. And I keep buying yarn because I keep coming up with more projects. So I need to, saying it'll be death by yarn. It'll be death by, right? Drowning. It's a drowning. But yeah, I need to just keep plugging along. For my birthday, I am getting a yarn winder thing so I can make cakes. I cannot wait to sit here and cake all of my yarn so it fits better and feels better and everything. So that's where I'm at. That's what's lighting me up right now. I won't have to buy more. I'm going to adopt all of it. Yeah, when I will be down in Lola's part of the country. Is it June or is it July? I can't remember. And I'll be there for 2 days in her area for Highland Games. And so we're going to get together. And apparently I'm taking all of her yarn home with me. So going to need a bigger house. I think I'm going to need my own house. Maybe build another house in the backyard. Like a she shed, like for knitting and reading. Well, Faithful saying, I have an event next week and a big one in August. So I will de-stash that way. There you go. There you go. Geeky Witch is saying, if I wasn't buying more cross-stitch stash, that would be the year I buy twice the amount of yeah. I was trying to work down my stash a little bit. And I don't have a crazy, we're not in overconsumption territory. Okay. It's just that I got a lot of yarn for Christmas because I thought, what better gift than the gift of making stuff. And, but then as I get new pattern, like the Harley Davidson pattern, I needed more orange. I needed black, so the great news is this is from my stash. Both of these were in my stash. So I didn't buy new yarn for this, but I'm going to go buy new yarn tonight. I need to buy a lighter green for the pink one. But the pink yarn is in my stash. I have the Kato one. So much fun to use. For good days. Oh, yeah. I looked at them. I thought about getting electric one, but I got a hand winding one. Totally fine for me. I don't mind. End of June. Thank you. I couldn't remember the date. That's months away. So it's not right in front of my face on what the date is. So we're going to go down to her area and in the RV. And then on the Friday night, Lola and I are going to hang out, chitty chat, maybe grab a bite to eat, something. I don't know what. And then I think they might be coming to the games the next day. So we'll hang out with them too. So yeah, that'll be fun. I can't wait. I cannot wait. And Anne is saying, my wife jokes that she's taking books to my funeral. Oh, that's a great idea. That is a great idea. So years ago, I was working at a funeral and I can't remember what the collection was. The woman who died, she was an old woman. She was like a great grandmother. Okay. She was an old woman. And I can't remember what her collection was, but her family was giving things as gifts to important people in their life. And I thought that was such a nice thing. And I can't remember, I want to say bells, but that was a whole other thing, because my son has a bell from a woman who taught the bells at the church. And my son was desperate to learn the bells. So she taught him, and he got to play in the concert and everything. And all the kids that played the bells, she had gone around the thrift shops and everything, and she found like the bells, like the crystal bells and ceramic bells, and each of them got to pick one. And my son picked a Christmas one. It's so pretty. It's actually on my shelves in the other room. It's on display. So that I think that's a great idea, Anne. I think your wife is on the right track here. That imagine if you chose 3 books for each person who might come to your funeral. That's an empowering move there. That's a real power move, really. And yeah, there we go. Faithful is saying, I'll get the stash down and have a bright idea. Yes, that is what's happening, because I started off strong. I started off 26 so strong, using my stash, and then every single new project that came to me, I needed different yarn. I didn't have what I needed. So I need to pick some projects that will use up some yarn. The bright ideas. Yeah. Yeah. And you know who the worst culprit is? Lola. Lola sends me patterns. We send each other patterns all the time, and ebooks and stuff like that. And so she keeps sending me patterns, and then I get the little squirrel is like, oh, and then I run across the street and I grab that pattern and off we go. But I need new yarn. My only rule is that my yarn and fiber have to fit in their bins, which they currently don't. They don't fit in mine either. So yeah. Crafting is terrible. I've got so much this year. I'll have a major mission moving it out. Yeah. Oh, a guest rental. Yeah. It's a lot. I need to get it organized, especially if, I might move in the next couple of years. Like, I just really need to spend an hour a day kind of thing. Right? Don't you think that's a good idea? Like, but I think Anne needs to pick the books. She needs to be like, this person needs to read these 3 books, and then tie them up with a little bow and a note. A note that says, I'll see you when you're sleeping, or something. And saying the women's group at church sponsored a book sale. The problem was I brought home more than I donated. Yeah. I would too. Oh, the bot is botting hard today. Goodness. Dee Dee and now Paula are bad yeah. Well, the 3 of you are a bad influence on me. So there we go. I had that rule too, Amberly, and I'm not sure what happened. Well, it's kind of like, I always say I'm going to read all the books that I already have, but then people keep telling me about more books, Anne, and then I keep adding more books. And who is absolutely the worst for me is a woman. I see her on Instagram, and she's also on YouTube, and her channel is called Sydney Books. And she loves thrillers. I love thrillers. So she's a problem in my life. She is, and she reads way faster than I do. She reads a lot of audiobooks, which I don't. And so I end up with a lot of books in my TBR. Yeah. Best laid plans. Yeah. Best laid plans. Got to find the cheese. So it's, it's a serious problem. And let me just see what else I had lined up here. I got a bit of stuff done. So I did go through all my recipes. I sorted them into categories, and that's about all I feel like doing today. I updated my journals. I was knitting for a bit, and I did get my book review of Next of Kin. I had filmed it, popped it into CapCut, edited, add my theme song, add my music, blah, 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 and put it on YouTube. It was just unlisted. So while we were on the sprint, I got the description, the hashtags, everything, thumbnail, all of that is done, and it will be up. It's sitting there scheduled for 7 a.m. tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. my time. So that will be 11 UK time, 12 Europe time. So that's what I got done. The wrapping books, I have my den. This room is gray and navy blue, and my den is black. Everything's black. And so the bookshelf, like the built-in shelves next to the fireplace on either side, I have books up there, but they're too bright colored. They're popping too much for this black space. So I got black vellum to wrap around them. So I need to sit down one day and get them done. Dee Dee and I have been bad influences. Yeah, you are. It started with die cutting, memory keepers. Yeah. Yeah, I have a silhouette. I've got all the things too. So yeah. You make me want to start my printing business again. That's for sure. Amberly's saying during COVID, I made pretty good progress knitting from stash. It's gotten a bit out of hand since this. I did too. I made a ton of scarves and hats to give out to the homeless. And I made a whole bunch of little baby hats and dropped them off at the hospital. And I used up almost all of my stash. And then and now I can't move for yarn. It almost literally killed me. I was down there almost every day for 3 months. What did I miss? I don't know. What did I miss? You were down there every day for 3 months. What did I miss? Where were you for 3 months? At the church book sale? Siren saying, I hear you, Faithful. I feel the same. Every time I watch a new craft channel, I get on Temu and order new stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're not hoarders. We're survivors. We're survivors. Do you know who will be nice and toasty warm during the zombie apocalypse? This one here, with all my scarves and yarn and socks and everything. Readers are book hoarders. Yeah, I can see that. I think it depends on what you read. Like if you're the kind of reader who collects like all the fancy editions and everything else, I'm not that person, so I'm not that committed to my books. Red Pill Art saying hi again, making more portraits, beautiful. Siren saying Ann Gibson, good to be in good company, fellow hoarders. Yes, you should see Siren's crystal collection. Yeah, let's see some pics of that. The book sale at Trisha. Oh, you were down there. Oh, yeah. I can't remember the last time I saw a book sale around me. Although sometimes when we're traveling, I'll see them and we stop and run in and see if we can find anything interesting. Mm-hmm. So, oh yeah, because Faithful's doing her Maker's Quest. I still need to get in that. Maybe tomorrow I'll sit down and get myself organized for that. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. You're on Sundays, right? I missed everybody this weekend because I was away Saturday and Sunday. So I missed everybody's sprints and lives. And then yesterday I had a busy day too. And I managed to catch Paula at like 8:30 p.m. And we were playing the trivia game and it crashed right as I was so close to winning. so yeah, good times. Good times. All right. Shall we do a little short sprint and then we'll wrap things up? Let's sprint till, so it's 4:08 for me right now. Let's sprint to 4:45 and then we'll finish up with 15 minutes of chitty chat. And I'm going to show off my brand new theme song for you, which I'm so happy about. That's so exciting. Yay. Okay. So I'm going to mark. There we go. I'm going to mark the last comment we were on so I can find it easily. Don't run away because if you all leave, then I get sad when I see everyone leave. Don't make me sad. Don't make me cry on my channel. It's too early in this channel for me to start crying. Okay, so we're going to go till 45 after the hour or 15 to the hour. And let me know in the comments what you're going to be doing. And then we'll wrap things up in a little bit. Okay, have fun. Happy sprinting. All right. How did we do? We'll quickly run up through the comments. There we go. Siren said, when you think you're a crafter, but you spend more time organizing your hoard of... No, you're a hoarder. Disguised as a crafter. Anne went to New York City for her birthday weekend and came home with 41 more books. I can see that. Anne saying, I think some of the people knew that I loved books, but I think some were amazed about the actual knowledge about the books I know. We were attempting to sort them into fiction and nonfiction. I knew I had to ship books home because it was impossible to carry them home on the train. Wow. And long gone are the days where like people, they had like, I don't know, what did they call them? Like I would call it like a bellhop at the train station to carry your stuff for you. Long gone are those days. You're all on your own out there. Siren's asking, do you have a room dedicated to keep all your books in? Years ago in the UK, I used to collect and love my books. I had a few shelves in my study. I was sad to let them go when I moved. Anne has a finished basement, which is her library and office. Last time she counted, she had 2,200 books. I got 2,200 balls of yarn. That's about it. And Siren's saying that's an amazing collection. Are they varied genres? The ones I regret leaving are my informational collection on plants and their healing qualities. Yeah, that's a bit of an Outlander moment, right? When you can only take what you can fit in your pockets, and you got some tough decisions to make. Siren's saying she did bring a small amount overseas. They weighed a ton, plane and coach and taxi. Happy to have them with me. Aw, nice. Anne saying it's probably half and half. Have books that belonged to my great-grandfather, who was a congregational minister. I have all the Pulitzer Prize winners. I actually looked that up. Congregational minister is Reformed Christian, which is Calvinist. I've actually been to a Calvinist church when I worked in the funeral industry, and I had to ask. I got there, I was like, what's Calvinism? And, I find when you go to a church and you start asking interesting questions, people are really interested to talk about it. So I've never found anybody who wouldn't cheerfully answer all my questions. And that's how I learn everything, because I like to learn. And Anne saying her desk belonged to her great-grandfather. If you open the top, he carved that's nice. Carved his initials in it. And Siren saying, nice, are they beautiful leather-bound type books? When I was a kid, my nan's neighbor gave me an old kids' encyclopedia Britannica. They were beautiful. I regret letting them go. Yep, Red Pill is back. And Siren saying to Anne, I love that you still have the desk. That's special. The worst thing with traveling and moving a lot is the things we dispose of to lighten our load. Yeah. And there we are. Ashley's got through another pages of Jamaica Inn. We'll have to, next week, as soon as we start, we're going to talk about the books we're reading, and then we're going to look them up so that we can chat about them a little bit. Alicia got some progress done on the kids' room, just clutter, and then got distracted starting the grocery list, and then mapped out more of my reading journal for April. Well, that sounds pretty productive, actually. You're touching a lot of different things. Geeky Witch is saying we're going to be moving later this year. I know it's later this year. It's not this week. It's later this year. And I hope we can find a house where we can set up a real library. And Faithful saying catching up online with friends. And Dee Dee, beautiful. Of course. Thank you all for hanging out. We had Faithful saying we had a proper Encyclopedia Britannica too. Also Greek mythology volumes. Wow. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, words are hard. I got you, girl. I had you right there. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. Okay, let me see if I can play my theme song.
The kettle's on and the fire glows low. Yarn in a basket and a soft lamp's glow. A stack of stories waiting by the chair. Pull up a seat, there's magic in the air. Turn the page, cast the stitch. Every tale begins with just a little twist. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. Welcome friends, the tale begins with woolen words and kindred kin. So settle in, stay a while. Pearls and plot twists make us smile. Needles click in a gentle rhyme, stories unfolding one line at a time. Heroes wander through forests deep, while blankets grow stitch by stitch. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. So cast a stitch and turn a page, another chapter on the stage. The yarn is warm, the story's true, and there's always room here just for you.
So that's my new little theme song that I wrote the other day and created the music and got it all on my page. So it's at the end of all of my recorded videos. So we'll pop it in at the end. So I did post my book review of Next of Kin. It's at the end of that as well. So it'll be the outro for everything going forward. And I just love it. I think it's such a cute song. Thank you so much, Ashley. Thanks for hanging out. And thank you, Faithful. I'll be looking for yours. I'll check the Bible and see. I'm home tomorrow, so I'll be able to hang out with everybody. People are amazed at Anne's basement. I bet. Thank you so much, Geeky Witch. I'm sorry I missed most of your sprints the other day, but normally I'm home on Sundays, so I'll be catching the next one. Red Pill Art finished her second painting, amazing, and wants to sell them. Let's see how we can make that happen. I'll grab some pictures of your work and then I'll post them on my page and see if anybody would like to buy one. Siren saying to the faithful that she loved the mythological section in her encyclopedias too. Thank you so much, Anne. I really enjoy having you here. I love all of our book talk. Thank you, Siren. That was a lot of fun. Thank you. Thanks. Isn't it a sweet little song? I love it. So, yeah, it'll be the outro going forward. Anne's looking for a table for the shopping trip. Let's go. And Alicia's saying thank you for this one. So of course, everyone, thank you so much for hanging out. While we did the last sprint, I got the little strawberry purse. You can see the little eyelets. And I actually got one of the leaves done. So I finished up as high as it goes. And now I'm going to be working on the leaves. So I actually got one done. I don't know. There we go. That's a little easier to see. And let's see if we hold it this way. If we can see, I don't know. What's a good way to show it? There we go. And it's just 12 stitches. And then you just reduce each row kind of thing. And it becomes a little point. So I'll do this for all the remaining stitches, and then it'll be in my March vlog, and I might post a little picture of it. Siren's saying, are you going to share them on the Discord group? Maybe it would attract some buyers. Yeah, jump into the Discord. Red Pill, Nikki, jump in the Discord, and then I'll make a little category for your paintings. The Book Dreamers Alley is saying I'm nearly done with the presentation. Amazing. Are you doing it in PowerPoint? I love PowerPoint. Faithful saying I love books. Grateful to come from a family of readers. My grandparents were readers. My parents not, but my grandparents were. And I asked my gran why she read so much. And she said that when they got married, my granda was very, very quiet, didn't talk very much. So they spent a lot of time in silence. So they got really good at reading books. what a great reason to read books. Raven is sprinting. Okay, yeah, we don't go into other people's channels and do that. So, the Bible's there. If people, they can go if they want. My dining room table and chairs belong to my parents. Nice. Yeah, if the Bible's out there, so people, I don't know. I got a funny thing about people coming in and telling other people to leave one channel to go to another one. I just, don't love that. And that's so nice. Everybody's such a good little group of friends here. It's so nice. Okay, I'm gonna wrap things up. I don't know where my dog is. Fox. He may be my husband. If my husband has food, he's going to be staring at my husband. Oh, I can hear him coming. We'll have a little bye. Come here. Do you want a cookie, baby? Do you want a cookie? Come on. You're going to say bye to everybody? Up you come. There we go. There. You going to say bye? There's my little puppy dog. Yeah, sweetest little baby. Now he's like, why? What's going on? What are we doing? I called him and asked him if he wanted a cookie, and now he's like, where's my cookie? Where's my cookie? And saying my mom only had an 8th grade education, but she was a reader, which probably meant she had a university education, really. Because people who read learn a lot. Yeah, he's a cute little thing. He's a rescue from Texas. So I remember when I got him, he wouldn't listen to me. And somebody said, why don't you say y'all to him? I was like, okay. So yeah, my little sweetie, little street dog from Texas. And now he's very much a couch dog. Okay, everybody, I'm going to say bye, and I'm going to log off, and I'll be back next week, 11 a.m. EST, EDT, whatever, 11 a.m. Toronto time. And we'll do 6 hours. I want to figure out how we can do a game. So I know I keep saying I'm working on it, and I am. Yeah, Siren knows Fox and I have cheese meetings every day. So we've already had a cheese meeting today. So he's just onto the cookies now and the freeze-dried salmon and all of his little treats. So tomorrow I will get a new live setup in my channel. So it'll be sitting there waiting for you. So you can get notification for it. I think that's it for the moment. I don't think there's much else to say. And let me see. The last I checked, there was Dusty Book Sniffer. What a great name. 8:00 tonight is doing Viking-a-thon. So she will be live probably for a few hours. That's in 3 hours from now. Pacing Through the Pages is doing a mass verse reading sprints. You don't have to read those books, but she will. That's at 7. So there's a couple upcoming sprints. If you're looking for something to do tonight, people to hang out with, by all means, there you go. And thank you, Anne. I'm so glad we bumped into each other on the internet and the interwebs and connected here. I do enjoy your company. Absolutely. I think Nicole will be live for about 9 or 10. Yeah, it says 10, and I wasn't sure if that was real. I was like, that can't be real. 10 hours. Wow. I'm going to do that. I actually saw somebody doing a 12-hour live sprint, and I thought, someday. I'm good for 6 before I start to get I really need a nap. So she'll be on for 10 hours tonight. So right through the night. So if you're looking for somebody, oh, there we are. Ashley's saying she usually goes 10 hours. I just love the name of her channel. I think that's great. So that'll be a good long sprint. If you're looking for company, people to chat with, books to talk about, things like that. So, Tuesday for us, Wednesday for Australia. Yes. Because Australia is 14 hours, 15 hours ahead, I believe. So yeah, I know that if I want to speak to any of my friends in Australia, I have to message them at 6 in the morning and hope I get an answer that day. It might be the next day I get an answer. So there you go. There's your next sprint that's available for a good long time. So you'll have a nice place to hang out and chat with everybody and have some company while you do your things. And she must be in Australia too. I think she, to be starting at that time of night would be overseas. Absolutely. Siren saying, thank you for bringing us all together. I'm so glad we're all here. I'm so glad we all get to know each other and hang out and have a nice, safe, and inclusive place to spend our time. And I'm going to see the sun's coming in now. It's starting to set below my roof. Oh, she is in Australia. Yeah, that's what I figured. And so I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to head out and run my errands tonight and probably come home and do a bunch of stuff and then go to bed. So we'll see you all tomorrow in the chats. I'm not sure who's around tomorrow. I haven't looked, but you'll see me. You'll find me popping in and out, and I'll be reading and knitting and doing all the things. So have a good night. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.